Nevera from Team Clutchain, thank you so much for coming to the interview, and nice to see you again. You won your first match pretty convincingly, I would say, against Mouse NXT. What was it like? What was the match like?
It's first HLTV for a lot of people after a long time. And even as a team, it's our first game. So there's always this little pressure that people are gonna watch. Are we gonna be on point? We're not facing an easy team like for a first show up. So we're really proud of what we did. And I believe we have a lot of potential and we can do really great.
How big of an impact on the team has Scream because he's experienced enough? So did it help for you to have him in your first HLTV match as a team, as an organization?
Yeah, about the team, I'm the in-game leader. So this is a new role for me. I've been working a lot for that. And Scream, on the other hand, he hasn't played the game, for a long time, but now he's really getting back into it. And with his experience, he has a big voice for the team. So it's helping me a lot because I'm also the oper. So yeah, it really feels comfortable to have him because he's talking a lot. He's taking decisions. He's really like a second color, I would say.
Right now, after your first victory, are you on the high? Would you say you are in the perfect honeymoon phase right now?
Yeah, I believe we're completely in the honeymoon. We're gonna face a really strong team today. So we don't have this pressure, as I say. We're just here to show what we did, like the work we did as a team, even though we're not together as long as they are. But yeah, we're in the honeymoon, and I believe we can do something really great today.
And now about Syndros, because it was exactly my next question. They are the highest ranked team in the tournament. Do you see them as a really strong team? And are you looking forward to play a team that made it to Major?
Yeah, I think whatever the result will be, it's a really great experience to face those kind of teams because you actually learn from big teams, like bigger team than you. So yeah, we are here to play. We are here to learn, to gain some experience, and obviously, if we get a win, it will be incredible.
But also, this is a Czech-based tournament. They are the home favorites, so many more eyes will be watching probably. Are you maybe nervous because of that?
Not really. We're not really nervous about how many people they're gonna be. We're just here to play our game, and yeah, I think that's the most important thing. We are like in our kind of bubble as a team, and yeah, we're just moving forward all together.
All right, thank you so much for the interview and good luck for today.
Thank you very much.
Stressar from Syndros coming to an interview. Thank you so much, Stressar. What is the atmosphere in the team like right now? Because you are still in the clouds, making it to the major. So are you enjoying the Counter-Strike as well today?
The atmosphere is perfect. Everyone is happy, I can say. And I don't know, we are just happy that we go to the major, obviously. And now we are just focused on the other things that are ahead of us, like this tournament. We are heading to win this tournament.
How important for you especially is this tournament because you have the chance to play in front of the home crowd of the organization of Syndros in Prague, but then you got the major, you got the Atlanta, so this tournament is the smallest one.
I mean, we are used to play in front of our crowd. We feel it at Macera at Brno. And there the atmosphere was amazing. Also, we was playing one more LAN that PLAYzone was organized. I don't know which one it was, but I know that we play one more LAN, and like everyone was cheering for us, and I think it's amazing. So we are used to it. I hope it's gonna be more crowd in front of us.
In the first round of this tournament, you won against Johnny Speeds, even though it looked pretty tough in the first half. What did you say to yourselves as a players in the half to make some changes to the second half?
We say to ourselves, guys, let's go, let's wake up, let's win. And like first half was so bad from us that we don't know what happened. I mean, it was our first official after, I don't know, 10 days maybe or something. So we was a little bit, in a mess. But from the second half, everything came to our control and we just destroyed them.
And today you are playing against Clutchain. Do you feel like this match is important since if you win, you will be 2-0, you rush through the BO1s and then there are only BO3s ahead of you. So it is a very important match for you.
Yeah, of course, every match is important. And I think for us, it's better to win this match so we can go easily to best of 3 because these best of 1s are a little bit, risky and everyone can win. It's 50-50. So we are heading to win.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck in today's match.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napije.
A jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je. Nebo si smyslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.
Well, the battle is far from over in the Conquest of Prague as we roll on with Swiss stage action. Round 2 will come to a close, but it's still very early doors for all teams involved. My name's Untitled J. I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual for today's proceedings. And look, we've got a little bit of a preview in the best of ones so far, and the best of ones will continue on from here. But as we look to sort of decide our few teams that will be up for promotion and elimination in round 3, Dwayne, well, it's all to play for still.
Indeed it is, and I think the first few days of this competition's really outlined, let's say, some of the favourites that look quite weak at the moment, and also some of the squads that are using best of ones to their advantage, being able to upset, being able to get themselves those early wins. I mean, to see Fnatic being down 0-2, considering that they won this title on LAN last year, I mean, I'm not surprised. I don't know what my thoughts are on it, really, because we both came into the knowledge thinking Fnatic don't look great.
The difference a year makes, I guess you could say. Of course, one of the several teams up for elimination from yesterday's proceedings. Of course, the best of ones concluded in the lower portion of round 2. In today, however, we're looking at the upper portion of round 2, where 8 teams will do battle to try and see if they can maintain one of the first few spots in the play-in positions. Of course, these are the squads that will be involved in today's proceedings. Clutchain, Sinners, TNC, Sashi, KOLESIE, ESC, and a Polish derby that I am looking forward to. And Unity take on Alliance, one of our tournament frontrunners, to close out the day.
There are two clear giants of Alliance and Sinners, but I think you need to watch out for everybody because it's showing in these best of ones that the games are very competitive. I mean, even Sinners as an example, Johnny Speed's nearly got double digits against them. So there are going to be games and there are going to be moments throughout these matches where it's a bit touch and go. One good eco, one good steal, one good clutch. Mate, that could be the difference of you basically going 3-0 in the Swiss, trying to progress to get a good seed, to maybe going 3-1 or even 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, even on day one, we were seeing some upsets coming out of left field that didn't really feel like they were expected, and it could definitely shake things up. Of course, it's just one portion of the whole challenge to get through the best of ones. The best of threes will be another thing entirely. Of course, it's best of ones all the way through from round 1 and 2 and the middle matches in round 3. So from there, from basically, we're coming to the end of that sort of position. So it will sort of separate the men from the boys as we move on in course, as a part of this Swiss stage. And look, for some of the teams involved, they'll be looking to try and see if they can maintain those spots in the play-ins and potentially the LAN finals as well. So we're looking at some very key front runners here in today's proceedings, Blake.
Yeah, indeed we are. And I think it's a great chance as well to just see more of these squads in this one competition. What you'll notice with a lot of these teams, right now, there's not a huge amount to play in Tier 2. So the last week or so, they're just not playing officials. They're basically focusing here on Conquest of Prague and making it the main priority to get to that LAN.
Indeed. So let's find out who is going to end up making it to that LAN at this stage. We start things off with Clutchain and Sinners, be our opening matchup of the day. And this one certainly feels like it's a lot less likely that we'll see any major upsets out of the Clutchain side. They are very, very new as a set of 5 players in terms of recent sort of competition. Obviously, people are going to know a lot of the names on the roster because 4 of them have been among the higher echelons of Tier 2 and even Tier 1 in caliber.
And it's funny because we had the interview just a bit earlier where Navira was talking about that these guys haven't really played anymore, like they're all retired, they're all coming back. Scream, Navira, Kyojin, and Python played as a core 4 in the WESG 2019 West Europe Closed Qualifier. We're in 2026 and the boys are trying to run it back. Look, how far they can realistically get, this might be the one tournament to get a few surprises from them, but it's very difficult to judge these guys because they are all coming out of retirement. They're only just starting to play competitively again. And we just don't really see that in Counter-Strike anymore. Maybe you get the odd player that comes out of retirement, but for almost the entire lineup, yeah, it's unheard of.
No, you are right about that much. I mean, it's very early doors. I'm watching this team more out of curiosity than expectation. I just want to see where they're going to be at on this one because, as you mentioned, they were retired. Even players like Kyojin was actually on a 3-year hiatus before coming into this project. So it's complete contrast to the Sinners, who obviously very recently have absolutely surged up the rankings. They're in the major. They're going to Cologne. They're going to Atlanta as well. They're going to be in the Tier 1 space. Is it fair to call them a Tier 1.5 team now, Blake?
I think it depends on how the results go at Tier 1, to be honest. I think that they're on the cusp of the conversation, but until they can start winning the odd game at these Tier 1 events, I think they're still in Tier 2 for me. Because I think that's been something that's held Sinners back across many different iterations, is that there's been periods where they've gone to some of those bigger lands, right? The RMRs, the Tier 1 Caliber, and not really done very much there. Now, all of the qualification for them to get towards the major itself are all Tier 2 lands, where, yeah, there were a few Tier 1 teams, but I want to see them really be able to perform at the world stage. So, look, for Sinners, they're in a good position, and they're going to be one of our front runners in this comp.
You must imagine for the Czech players on the roster, right, the likes of Beastic and Shock, can be looking at this sort of competition saying, right, we want to be at the forefront of our national scene. Even if we are in an international project right now, we are in the front-running position, and we have a chance to really maintain a title victory on home soil in Conquest of Prague. And so it's more about pride for them as individuals, as well as just maintaining their position within the Tier 2 space, online and offline. You mentioned the LAN environment and how well it's been going for them. Won the ESC Game Masters coming out of the end of the major cutoff invites, and now here at Conquest of Prague, we're going to try and make a very similar sort of run of their own right. So Clutchain, I definitely feel like going to be more of a footnote in their run, because the difference of just the level of playing time is going to be much more of a bigger factor compared to anything else.
Yeah, of course it is. And it's funny, when I look at this Sinners side overall, you just know that their map pool is so deep, right? They've played 9 best-of-1s so far this year in 2026. They've won 7 of them. So they've beaten Midlay, Avanti, Gamer Legion, Ecstatic, OG, GG Howe, and Johnny Speeds. Now, the majority of those are just, yeah, whatever. To beat Gamer Legion on LAN in a best-of-1 already tells you that these guys can compete against some of the very best teams in, let's say, the Tier 2 atmosphere, Tier 1.5. The only losses that they took was against Big and an upset, really competitive game versus Phantom, which is the Poles of Kyler and Kai and Minio and what have you. So I think for Sinners, they don't get upset very often. I'm pretty confident that they'll have an easy time against the French today.
Yeah, of course, Ancient being the map being played out here, it's a very commonly a one-out map for them. Not the most highest played in the pool, but among the top 3 in terms of win rate, and compared to that Mirage, obviously being a historically amazing map for their own right things. And it's just like, again, there's nothing to pull from, unfortunately, for Clutchain. They've only just formed. They've only been in 2 competitions, that being the Open qualifier to this event and ESCA Advanced. So really, we've got so little to pull off of that we really haven't got an idea as to how these guys are going to maintain, how much of that talent has maintained for the veterans, how much of it's going to carry forward here and now. Like, no one really knows exactly what we're going to see out of this side until we actually see it on display in server. And unfortunately, I have to look at the fatigue. I have to look at the elements that we have in the server and compare the past is very much the distant past for those Tier 1 players for that high-end Tier 2 position. It was a long, long time ago as to where these guys are on top, and I just don't have faith at the moment that it's going to maintain in this kind of match.
And I mentioned earlier about how Fnatic won this title last year. People will probably think, well, where were Sinners, right? They would have been in that competition. Jay, they actually got knocked out in the Open qualifiers both times around. So they didn't even get to the main Swiss stage. They didn't even get to play the main tournament. So I think for them, it's a bit about redemption because, look, it is still a Czech organization. They've got 2 Czech players. They've got a Czech coach. They've got 2 Slovak analysts. This is the tournament for them to get to the LAN. This is the tournament for them to win, and it's time to prove it.
Out in the Open qualifiers in the last year edition, this year top seed of the invitees, and now a chance to dispatch of some veterans to prove that they most certainly are on track to maintain this position. It might be a flash in the pan, it might be long term, only one way to find out. Get into the pistol and kick things off for this day, the next day, the second day of round 2 of the Conquest of Prague Swiss stage.
There's 7 wins out of the last 8 on Ancient. It's going to be very difficult here for the French. Shock flashed off the angle, gets exposed. Moto now knows he's got to try and put up a defense.
Good headshot on Navarro is fantastic, but gets flashed again. Beastic is able to get to the back line, though. Headshots are plenty for the man. As Moto leans forward, a little bit more of a challenge. You can't quite get down the likes of Python. He's on 6 points of health, though, so shouldn't be bound for this world for much longer. 3-on-2 still to play with. Backline's being closed in by Kisarek. Kyojin seen, taken aback, and Python be revealed beyond that smoke. Kisarek will line him up and knock him down for a pistol win on Sinners.
And it's funny, Joe, I was looking back at some of the broadcasts that we used to have of Sinners. Around the 2020, 2021 period, we'd be covering these guys, what, once a week, once every couple of weeks? We've not casted them since November of 2024. That feels like ages for a team that is pretty much the higher tier 2.
Indeed, but one thing you will also recognise from going back to those sort of old matches, Dwayne, is the fact that there are elements that are maintained from back then to now. Beatstick and Shock were around back in 2020. They've held over ever since.
The only comparison we used to make at the time, because I know that they joined at, the beginning of 2020, was Mighty Max and Cyril, because they were around the same period on Endpoint, and that was a duo that went on for many, many years.
Very true, and this duo carries on of its own right. Through all of the eras of Sinners, loyalty has maintained for themselves. This new international period, next chance to go to the major for them. Moto will take down 2 players on this anti-eco round. It's a much lighter basis of the buy-up. They've got some upgrade pistols in the Deagle, and M4 now picked up by Python. But Shock's got both around the corner, and no Kevlar to contest against his SMG makes it pretty easy to deal with them on the aim punch. A couple of casualties will weaken the economy a little bit for Sinners, but nothing that will make a major difference. So 2-0 start, and Clutchain up to the gun buys.
And this whole project of what Sinners have done, of bringing Moto in at the start of the year, bringing Kisarek and Stressen forward going into that summer period last year, reminds me a lot of Big, right? Just that you've got yourself, maybe not so much a core, but local players, and then it's all about being able to build around it, keep the local roots, but go international. Difficult here for the French. Shock flashed off the angle, gets exposed. Moto now knows he's got to try.
A good start from Sinners so far. 2-0 beginnings. Make it 3-0 to get a pretty flawless start off here on the CT side. Look at the peaks of Shock. He just knows that he's in a confident position, but gets caught looking the wrong way by Shogu. Be one of the lesser known elements of Clutchain here. A lot of veterans in the core 4, but he lesser so.
Yeah, Shohu? I've got no idea who this fella is.
We might find out as this matchup rolls on. If a Clutchain as this tournament rolls on. We found that opening start, and they can walk out towards the A-bomb side because the gamble from Sinners has decided to commit towards the B play. But no one else will be seen. Bombs now on site will get planted. And being down by a man with no major damage done, with no real pick, with no map control really. I know Sinners will have it in them to go for a retake here.
There's no point even attempting. What there is a point of is looking for exits and putting yourself in positions to potentially catch a couple of players, leaving the bomb blast at the end. You gambled pretty heavily towards B after losing that extremity kill there of Shock. So very good kill out from lane, allows full access towards A. For Clutchain, they did play Ancient in the open qualifier to get here. They played it in the round of 16 where they got themselves a 13-7. Had a pretty easy run. The only team that gave them a bit of a run for their money was the round of 32, which was Young Ninjas, who's also in this tournament. That was a 13-10 on Dust 2. Every other game was pretty easy, pretty one-sided scorelines. Even the best of 3 that they had against Mix, which is what the Kosovo guys, Gemzilla, Dementor, Trepe, that was 13-3, 13-7. So slapped a lot of the competition around.
Definitely able to demonstrate that the veterancy can hold over the experience, can provide something. As you mentioned, though, a really easy time against squads that definitely don't match up to the kind of caliber of Sinners. And several other teams as well, I'd imagine, would also be outpacing that level of competition. Well, this Clutchain got the start over the likes of Mouse and XT. Another best of one to add to their tally, another good map victory in terms of the starting off in the main competition. Also got their first round as well over the Sinners here and now. Is that going to convert to any more, though? I don't know if Kisarek has anything to say about it. It sprays down towards elbow on the attempt of wallbangs, do some damage, but nothing major here.
Kisarek is just trying to make it awkward for any of the lane players that are trying to pressurize that top shelf and trying to see if they can take some cheater control. Now, it was the Frenchman that didn't quite activate to an opening kill. They just sat there. They waited for the CTs to go advanced. And, well, we're not really seeing a huge amount of movement at the moment. They're blocking a lot of areas. Oh, this is really gimmicky for Navira. Now, he's made noise on this.
Saran gets this kill in against Navira in the open, though. Nice engage with the M4. We'll fall back with that second piece of util being thrown out there. The bombers are alone at the moment. And Shock is wary that it's all just a ruse. There's action out from one player has drawn attention. There's still got utility coming into the cave, so there's still some sort of action on the other side of the map.
Yeah, it's just an easy kill for Stressan. I mean, Navira just gives him a freebie. A flash forward in towards cave, might even fire one of these T players to know that there's more info going out. Smoke can go down towards short. They can get some U2 out here towards long, but the wraps are already coming in pretty quickly. 2 CTs are going to be coming in the backline, either via ramp or going into cheetah.
All that noise being made, 26 seconds, bomb has been seen crossing. Kisarek can't really find the angle on that boost. Python, meanwhile, will strike back. B sticks are into a 4-on-4. Stressan has seen a player in the back lines as well, disappearing beyond the B doors, wary of backstabs that could counter their own. And locked in stalemate. Python engaged upon. Stressan will take the kill for it, but Scream on site will get 2 kills out of the players coming in from long. Stressan take down his backup, but he's low HP. Moto's also tagged. Scream taking the tag damage of his owners. Well, now it comes down to a 2v2. And Shogi may have to get involved in the center of the bomb site. Indeed, he catches Moto looking the wrong way, and Scream ends up with a 3k of his own, but Clutchain to even the board early.
Well done from Scream. The 31-year-old was at the very first CSGO major, even reached the semi-finals at DreamHack Winter 2013 with Very Games back in the day. And any of our old school fans will remember just how dominant they were around the very good NIP team at the time. You've got him that's, what, 13 years later, trying to compete again, and you're going up against a Sinners organization that's just qualified to the major.
Was definitely made an impression when he announced at HLTV Awards he was coming back. Making an impression on the Sinners side. Instant tactical pause called in early. By all accounts, it felt like this one was a pretty nice advantage for themselves. The execution came in rather effectively, though. Again, very gambly from the Sinners, drawing a lot of attention away from the B bomb site. It's something that Clutchain can exploit if they can start to recognize it, especially with not a lot of firepower left on the Sinners board. The buy features only pistols.
Not much upgrades at all. You're expecting maybe 1 kill at most. I mean, especially with the setup, 1 player B, stack heavy towards A. And they know that Navira was at least pressurizing that A main position in the last round, so thinking, okay, let's see if we can catch a alert kill again. Also, some new role changes. Navira, people remember on Vitality, was a rifler. He's now an AWPer and an in-game leader.
Big Green's out for him. Big CZ out for one of the Sinners players. They're taking down Shogu to kick things off. So man advantage currently sits with the CT forces. Kisarek only with 1 Mac 10 picked up off his dead opponent, though. Not a lot of firepower in general to speak of. Oh, Scream. Very messy stuff. Flashbang did catch him blinded, though. B-Stick will fall towards Kyojin instead. The AK leans up for Python and takes 2 back in the back line. So a bit of a hairy moment, but nothing that will compound towards damage of its own right. Kisarek still continues to frag with that CZ. See if Stressan can make a damage out of this one. 1 more good pick. Not quite landed onto Python. And Clutchain will have the lead.
Yeah, Python was quite a decent player back in the day. I remember watching quite a lot of him on Heretics when he was playing with Maka and Lucky, really stable rifler. Got a bit unlucky, I'd say, on Falcons, because they had that French team, didn't they, in the qualification to the Blast Paris Major. And, I mean, it has to be said, if Kenny S wasn't their AWPer, they would have just qualified, because they got so close, and he was just potting out so hard. He just was so washed. And it was a shame, because I think to actually play a major in France would have been a big deal for him and the team. Trying to see if he can come back. Hasn't played a HLTV official in just such a long time. But then again, so is it pretty much everyone else on this team.
Yep. B-Stick has caught that first kill on Python, and Sinners have bumped to the rifle games, have damaged a lot. HP away from the T side, alongside Scream taking even more tags in from Kisarek, who runs into that spray as well. 16 HP left for the man. And very little attacking power left in the King of One-Taps. 4 players, all grouped up outside of B. B will be the execution, 3 to meet them on the Sinners defense.
And never really seeing much mid-access here at all from Clutchain. They're quite happy just to exec a lot of these bomb sites. Kisarek's timing really good. It's a shame he doesn't catch that bomb carrier. I mean, we're not expecting much in the post plant.
And damage being done by Stressan in the back lines have now kept Kyojin also low HP. AWP leaning forward. There's a plant inside that smoke. I think it was a CT smoke that tried to go down towards main. Instead, it lands in the center of the bomb site and gives them the cover they need. Kyojin will take down Moto. In the meantime, as Kisarek will return on Scream eventually. Another flanker coming from the CT spawn as well. The AWP picked up off Kyojin, better be wary of it. Navero's got another one of his own, and there's B-Stick and Kisarek striking together in different angles and different attack points that will take the Sinners third right back.
For Sinners, it's now about trying to back up some of this LAN success with online form, right? They had a top 3 in the IEM Atlanta closed qualifier. They won a CCT a couple of months ago, but it's been on LAN where they've struck gold. They were able to beat G2 recently. They beat BetBoom. They've beaten Big. They went to, Parkin, where they got themselves a top 3 there. They were able to beat Ecstatic in the upper bracket. So it's been very impressive, not just from, let's say, the VRS campaign to qualify to the major, but just what they've been able to do on LAN against some of those better teams. And now you're, 25th in the world? You want to come to online, and anytime you're facing a team, let's say, outside of the top 40 or 50, doesn't matter if it's a best of 1, best of 3, you should be smashing them.
Again, Sinners heavy favourites in this tournament in terms of the Swiss stage for a very good reason. Kisarek, what a great couple of kills. No flashbangs forward for Shogu and Kyojin, both mowed down instantly. Very little damage done towards the man. I think it was all down to the Molotov that was posted there. An instant 5-on-3 within 30 seconds of the round start.
And the T's haven't done anything wrong. They've had the Brawler Molly, which lands on the entrance in between Cheetah and Cave. They've flashed. It's just that they've been owned individually. He turns, he comes back in. Now, you've got to remember, when you're a Cave player, especially if you've got an AK, you want to play more aggressive than if you've got the M4. And I think in previous rounds, we've seen Kisarek sort of jiggle the angle, isn't he? Just in the entrance, not really done much. As soon as he gets an AK, he goes, well, I'm just fighting. I'm just going aggro. And look at what he does with it. 2 insta-kills.
Engage is flashed in by Shock. Will get the kill together on Navera. Knows there's a second player beyond that smoke. Unable to get any trades here for Clutchain, Python, and Scream. Try and hold back against them. Save calls, even called in. Kisarek strings a strike at the right moment. Well timed on Scream's exit positions. Python will be known about now. Kisarek will go down towards one more final exit frag, but that's the best he can do at this stage. Exit and survival, because Sinners are hunting him. They will take their 4th, and he's got nothing else he can do.
And for Sinners, you just know it doesn't matter what map it is. Once they're going to get momentum against any of these squads in the competition, you give them a few rounds in a row where they've, let's say, not giving bomb plants away, they're having mass players staying alive, they're holding on to upgraded weapons, they're just going to start running with it, aren't they? They're going to start playing with a lot of confidence, they're going to be swinging quite frequently. And that's not where you want Clutchain to be up against. You want them to try and rattle the opposition. You want them to try and pressurize the economy. Not to be. Good little tasty streak now from Sinners. They've got the lead up by 1.
Bonus weapon AWP for Clutchain. That's how quickly the round fell apart from here. There was no trading those casualties and just held back by an incendiary only for the execution. Exposed well those players. Navarro get given back the AWP. Glass cannon in this round, though. And he's probably going to fall rather quickly indeed. Stressan takes him down very quickly. Kyojin with one good response on the Eagle. AWP recovered, and the M4 back up from Kisarek is trying and hunt him down. And eventually forcing him into trying to re-aggress. No casualties taken for it. That HE lands a bit too deep. Either way, it's a 4-on-4. The Sinners are definitely out on the top front foot here.
And I almost wonder, with this team being a complete new rebuild, with them coming together, a week ago, are they even in the Prague circles? Like, are they in there with the tier 2 teams? I don't know. There might be certain teams that look at them right now and say, why would we scrim them? Why would we Prague against them? It might have to be that they play quite a few of these officials on HLTV until they start getting in the Prague circles.
In fairness, I mean, name value carries a lot when you're a guy like Scream. I don't know about that personally, but again, such a new project. Wondering about success of the individuals, or wondering about just the general cohesion of the team when it's so new in terms of Counter-Strike. Python, taking 2 Deagle picks back, and he's clearly still got something in him. It's been an eco-steal if things don't go together for Sinners on a clutch 2v4 retake. Modo can take down Kyojin and try and sort of edge out the first contact. Second man is close, and M4 in the hands of Scream. Python still got the Kevlar on him as well, so over the previous round. He holds first contact. No, Modo puts him back and looks back towards Temple as well. He's isolating each of these individual fights. Third man is missed out, though. USP pulled out against Shogu. Flashbang turned away from. The fuse is coming in the meantime. It's tapped once. Scream leans up, takes a fight, wins it against Shock. 1v1 now. Modo takes the pistol out because he knows he's got no Kevlar and will win the clutch for the Sinners that indeed will retake to a 5-3.
Well, that was probably the poorest post plant I'm going to see all day. I don't know what's going on in that 4v2. It might be that they're on limited eco and that they don't have util, they don't have armor. But you've got to have two ways of playing it. Either everyone tucks and you swing on a contact, or you play quite aggressive and search for information. The Orb's just in the open, holding CT. Why? Why is that angle being held so aggressively? Then as soon as the AWPer is able to get one, no one's in a position to trade. Everyone is giving up individual fights. And yes, it does come down to a clutch situation, one that nearly does get one out there from Scream. Come on, you've got to be closing those 4v2s.
The Scream falls first in this round. You get given very little opportunity to try and bring one back here for the Clutchain side. Kissarak looking at leaning forward. Didn't go full frontal with it though. Got their man advantage. No need to do much more here for Sinners. Wait for Clutchain to come to them. A little bit of presence held up in mid for 4 players total. 2 men in from red, 2 men in from donut. Blind sprays from Shock, give up his positions, and Avira can take that responsive. A Python will fall back in response, and they'll know that there's a second player still out there somewhere.
And Avira just backs off, and Python's still aggressive. You're just seeing a lot of individual moves and, let's say, rookie errors. Sinners punishing on that. And I mean, look at how they're playing this man-up situation. They're not really anyone holding 1v1 duels. You've got a contact here from Stresson and Kissarak, very defensive, very passive out here to long.
.30 seconds. Footsteps heard, engage found relatively well. They nearly line up a little bit awkwardly for the likes of Kyojin, but only very able to get one trade back onto the likes of Kissarak. B-Stick will return the favour. And 6 to the board of Sinners, still looking pretty solid overall. A couple of hiccups here and there, a couple of moments. But fundamentally, they do look like the superior squad, and it shows in the scoreline, it shows in the confidence, it shows in the direction of this best of one.
And you might have a bit of intrigue about just what this Clutchain team can do over, let's say, the next few tournaments, next few weeks. I'm even wondering what's the motivation like for some of these players. I mean, Navira and Kyojin never found their feet since getting dropped by Vitality. They've all been retired for so many years. Is this serious? Are they actually treating this as a professional team again, or are they just coming here for a laugh? I mean, the results will certainly speak volumes of that.
Well, I guess we'll find out in due course. I mean, you are right about that sort of question. There's no way to truly know until we, well, get a bit more involved and, again, get more data, get more information on how the team is playing. Python strikes first, but B-Stick and Kissarak instantly trade back. Another access points on the side. B-Stick with a double, and just another bomb plant from Kissarak. Scream on 10 points of health, nothing more you can do. It was pistols out for Clutchain. I'll take another hit to a 7 on the board of the Sinners side. An advantage for this opening half.
Sinners are just starting to run away with it now. It was, what, Pistol and Anti-Eco being won by the Czechs, or the international squad now, and then 3 rounds were answered by the French. And then from there, I don't think we've seen too many competitive rounds. Yeah, they had the 4v2 post-plant on the Eco, but at least in the gun-v-gun rounds, it's been a bit whitewashy. 7-3, and for Sinners, you can expect them to potentially even go 9-3 up and get themselves in a driving position to just close this game down quickly.
Expecting a 9-3 half from here. Sinners as dominant as you would have expected. Clutchain. We're going to default to try and find some sort of counter maneuver, some sort of misgiving that they can exploit. Up on Modo, or watch out the mid access from the donut entrance, and we'll see very little of the contact thus far. Nothing's really revealing. Insertion in towards red room from Python, being read rather well by Sinners, opting not to over-aggress into this position. We'll start searching with that AK stress on. Engaging. Python doesn't hit a single bullet there.
And now they can just start accelerating in towards B, but I think they've missed that timing, haven't they? The CTs were heavy towards Red Room, they were heavy to mid. Now they've rotated almost the entire team back into this B defense.
This time it's the right gamble to make. Clutchain consider the wraparounds going to back off a little bit, a little under 40 seconds to go for the actual execution. Moto's all posted. Shogu was hoping for someone to enter for that smoke beyond the cave entrance. Instead, Kyojin just gets found out in the open with a swing up coming in towards ramp. Flashes forward, unaffected against the AWP. Frodo doesn't hit that shot though on the flick. Scream can take him down 20 seconds. Check that wood corner. Kisarek still wins the fight. Nivera with a responsive Shogu and one back of his own, but the AK of Stress Arm will take it back to a 1v2. Nivera up the clutch. Bomb recovered. Will look to get plant in. Incendiaries coming to drive into the open though. They have to just stay into harder cover now. That's all they need to do to win the round. We'll get that kill towards B-Stick, but again, Stress On is staying hidden, staying alive, and staying in number 8 for Sinners.
Very well played for Stress On in their Red Room to get the first, and then also just to play the time to close out the round. And coming from North Macedonia, there's not been that many players that have made it, right? Of course, Kixan has done very well in the Tier 1 atmosphere. Kakanito looked as if he was probably going to have quite a promising Tier 1 career. Haven't really seen much from him in recent years. And then who else have you got in the Tier 2 atmosphere? You got Too High that's currently out playing with the Unity lads at the moment. Necrogenesis we used to cover a little bit back in the day, but really, it's a very small sample size of players.
Makes the ones that do make it stand out all the more. Especially in a team that compositionally you wouldn't have expected to take a look at this 5-man unit of Sinners and say, hey, there's going to be a top 25 team in the world. That's definitely what they're doing right now. And Clutchain are feeling the fire of that brilliance, of that uptick in formation and form. And the Vera tagged up by blind sprays coming from Beastie, landing against the man. First to fall in this round.
And unfortunately for Clutchain, they're just getting red in so many of these rounds. Every time they go for an exec, there's a resmoke. So then there's no util left to go for an exec. You try and go for a double pump with, let's just say, one smoke, one flashbang. It's just not going to work. And they have been getting absolutely owned as this game's gone on. Modo watching in between Donut and A means that there could be a timing for Scream.
I'm just shot down immediately. The AWP takes him. Shogu will get picked up as well, leaving it on Python and Kyojin. A couple of kills from Python, who will trade back the likes of Shock and Stress Arm. And now the Orpa Moto is posted to receive him. Swing up. Oh, lands the flick on the jump face. And now Kyojin stands alone. 1v3. Seen and tapped up still by Modo. To try and go one better than Kisarek on the style points. A 9-3 half of the CT side of Sinners. And an excellent way to try and close this out quickly after the break.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
As expected, it's excellent work from the boys of Sinners. A 9-3 half. The Clutchain just don't feel like they can really come back from. Unfortunately, it hasn't looked like it's up to the kind of standards of the Sinners side. But again, we weren't really expecting anything less. Very new project for 5 players. All the experience certainly can compound in some capacities, but not in the capacity they need to compete today.
No. Clutchain have been seriously outclassed, and perhaps it's just getting the right opponent in this overall Swiss stage, right? Getting a team that's at least beatable. Oh, Shogu. Oh, really struggling against even one player trying to get up there at ramp.
Even Kyojin struggling to hit his shots. Navira does draw out first blood elsewhere, though. So that's a small positive. Kisarek swinging in the back of the bomb site to take down Kyojin from the short access. Long has been cleared out. No one will be seen in the back lane to the CT side with smokes involved, and all Beastic will plant safe away from the cave and wood wall areas, as they're going to have the one player covering off lane as well. So backstabs will be mitigated. A retake from Clutchain, standoff against Sinners.
That re-smoke is just wasting so much time off of the clock right now, and there's a deep crossfire in at the doors.
Beastic going to draw attention back to turn towards the doorway. Modo takes that chance to strike. Basic bait and switch, and well, Clutchain fell for a hook, line, and sinker. Beastic and Stress On will close the last two down, and 10-3 is another pistol win for Sinners.
Now, the Clutchain organization picked up the Imperial female players just 2 weeks ago, and I think knowing the circuit that they play in, we could very easily see the girls being higher VRS ranked than what this French team is, right? I mean, it depends on how the results go and how many, let's say, open qualifiers they can convert into a closed qualifier or into a main tournament. It's very difficult when you're unranked on VRS.
Well, I mean, technically speaking, right now they are a higher rank, because this team, this main squad, is unranked officially. They haven't got the 5 wins they need to actually get on the VRS board. Even HLTV have left them out of their own calculations. The 1 win over Mouse and XT that kickstarted themselves in this tournament, and that's it. They need to get a few more out of this Swiss stage. And of course the play-ins later on, if they manage to make it that far, of course. Because you are right. Right now it's feeling like they need to face the right opponents if they want to actually maintain themselves. And Stress Arm will take down Kyojin. Nice advantage for them to kick things off on the Sinner side as expected again.
And this is a very good start to the overall campaign in the Conquest of Prague. I mentioned earlier how they struggled in the open qualifiers last time. The open qualifier, the first one, they got knocked out in the round of 64. Now, that was back when Morisco was on this team, Zedko was there as well, Pipo was the AWP player. They lost out to some random team. I'd never even heard of any of the players. And then the second open qual, they made it all the way to the semi-finals, where they lost out to Cubics, which is what, the Viv and Trippe, and I mean, they're not really that decent either. So they would have felt on home soil that that was free, that you just come into the open qualifiers, get into the main event, probably even qualify to the LAN, and instead you just don't even have that pathway. Already, they're a few rounds away from going 2-0 in the Swiss.
The Sinners, it won't be an unexpected outcome again. Very heavy favoritism in the competition overall for themselves. We have high expectations for this squad. Hometown team or otherwise. As a reminder to everybody at home, the 3-0 teams go directly to the LAN finals. It's expected to see this squad in the forefront of competition. Beating the likes of Johnny Speeds and Clutchain, therefore, feels like it's par for the course, and they're certainly on track to do so. 2 more rounds for the win, 8 rounds in the lead, and Clutchain, broken buys will now come back to affect them, so you don't really see much in terms of this next investment, which is actually kind of a half investment, to be honest here. They've got a Hero M4. 9-round comeback to overtime feels like it's very much a tough ask.
It is. I don't know about the M4 investment. Just limit yourself in the next round, and with very little upgrades around it, I don't see the purpose. I just don't see the need. It's like Navira's like, my rating's going to be 0.5. Let's make it 0.7.
Yeah, no, I would have preferred to have either seen a Force Buy or a full eco here. Like,
completely agree.
You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. You know, you're going to be either asking for 11-3 or 12-3 comeback. Like, they're both extremely difficult, borderline impossible, and your buy state is going to be wrecked. Compared to the Sinners, will have everything they want here, and the Deagles will not strike back anything. Beastic finding Shogu. Kicks things off as expected. Kisarek will now start to lead them into the bomb site. Stress On's going to cut the rotation, so back in the red room. There's one headshot. There's another, and there's another. Excellent sequence. Not even a surprise at this point. Backline's held by Kisarek on the backstab towards Kyojin. Will indeed lock in match point for the Sinners.
Well, at least there's still time to go back to Valorant.
Oh, that's a low blow, bro. Come on. That's a low blow.
In fairness to both Scream and Navira, I think there is something about playing professionally with your brother because they've never been on a team together. And we've known, especially in Tier 2, the amount of twins, the amount of brothers that have always tried to compete. And some have been quite successful, but there's always a notion at some point or another, if the opportunity arises, you always want to play with your siblings.
Oh, here they are. I hope it was worth it, boys. 9 match points to bring back at this stage. Sinners will know they're in the driver's seat, and Clutchain will know that they are on a major back foot. The only question is how the hell do you even start to bring this back? Stress on, takes down Navira, kicks things off. SMG in the back lines, taken away from the A side, which is extended so far already from Sinners. There's so many other points of attack as well that they're probably going to win out on. B-Stick next up on Shogu, and Shogu takes another death. So does Scream in mid, exposed and in the open, not ready for a player elbow. And Shock now look for another man. Look to try and close this down quickly here. And well, Python and Kojin will get a couple of kills back. Now information on both individuals. B-Stick will try and neutralize the B site. Bomb plant will be secured soon enough. And Python will not be clutching this one.
And I know that Sinners are one of the best teams in the comp. I know that they're at the major, top 25 in the world. Just a little bit surprised about the lack of, let's say, firepower from the French. I actually thought they would have been shooting a bit harder in this best of one, being a bit sharper. I mean, the numbers are very low across the board. Not been many highlight moments for anybody.
Yeah, it doesn't really fill us all a whole lot of hope. Again, you're taking on the toughest team in the competition, or one of the two. But in terms of coordination, in terms of cohesion, in terms of actual potential, not seeing much of it here for Clutchain. 3-13 down on the opposition. Will take themselves a 2-0 record here in the Swiss stage. Sinners expected favourites, made it look extremely easy.
And now they're just thinking about that all-important best of 3. Make sure that you come, you conquer. And right now, for Clutchain, you have to hope for the right opponent. Now, knowing how many upsets have already occurred in the first round, it is not a good position to be a one-on-one team right now, because especially as a low seed, you're going to get shafted. So I think it's going to be very difficult for them to win in the next round.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've at least got the basis of being in the middle group, so there's always that. You've got a couple lifelines available to you if you are the case of Clutchain. And maybe you are right about them having to take on an actual, like, you know, opponent more like within the lower divisions in terms of the overall sort of like level of teams that we have here in the competition. But I can't really, you know, see much in terms of their potential. Like, again, it was a very, very slow way to get involved. I mean, maybe there is something in a best of one victory one more time for Clutchain, but again, Sinners came, they saw, they conquered, and we saw that coming.
And now it's just about whether the favourites can do it again. We've spoken about Sinners. We've got Alliance, the last game of the day. I think for both of them, they just need to make sure that we're not getting upset. We're not getting tested by these weaker squads. There's a very good reason why we're inside the top 30. There's a very good reason why teams and a lot of the community are hyping us up, because we play really good CS.
And their positions may be secured for now, but anything can happen in the best of one. We've already seen that over the course of the last couple of days, so we'll find out exactly how Alliance will do later on during the program. For now, however, we're going to take a bit of a break, and we'll come back a bit more down towards the more mid-pack teams. TNC and Sashi had impressive showings and taking down some significant teams during round 1. Can they do the same thing against each other for round 2? We'll find out after the break.
Mozotto híresek Čornokábon. Vítejte v síni slávy Tipsportu, místě zasvěceném největší komunitě sáskařů. Profi výbava analytika plichtiče, který inspiruje.
Co děláš?
Držím palec.
Ukáž?
Držíme palce všem sportovním i sáskařským hrdinům. Tipsport.
then, coach of Team Sashi, thank you so much for coming to the interview, and congratulations for your victory over Fnatic. It was pretty smooth, don't you say?
Yeah, I think it went very well. I think we had a good game plan against them this time. On Ancient, we lost last time at Romania against them on Ancient, so everything went perfectly this game against them. So I'm proud of the boys that we could deliver this kind of a performance yesterday against Fnatic.
I talked with Independent, coach of the team Fnatic, and I was asking him if he is, if you are a tough opponent for them, if your playstyle doesn't suit them. He said no, that they only did so many mistakes. How do you feel about your playstyle against the team like Fnatic?
I think Fnatic is a hard team to play against. I don't think they have so much structure right now because they're doing changes all the time. Now there are 4 players from Ukraine and 1 from Sweden. It's a weird mix as well. So I think their playstyle is a bit poggy, and that's normally pretty hard for us. But right now we have a good read on FIA and Independent's playstyle.
For you as a coach, how important for you is to have a mix of players with similar cultures, similar languages? Do you feel like the communication is way better this way?
Actually not. We played with Svuja for a short amount of time, and I think our communication was pretty much the same on Danish and in English as well. So I think it doesn't matter that much. And I think in 2026, I think you need to can play both languages pretty much.
Sure. Today you are playing against TNC. Did you watch their match against Ecstatic, and what is the main thing you are worried about the team?
I'm worried about them playing 200 maps the past 3 months, so they are on fire. They have played a lot lately, so it looks like a decent team, and I think we need to be ready if we want to beat them, that's for sure.
And on how many maps are you currently from these past 3 months?
I'm actually not sure. We didn't play that much compared to last year, so I'm actually not sure. I think we played 76 maps the past 3 months, so that's also a lot.
Yeah, that's still a lot, but it's not 200. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Ten hozot do hýreše Giorno Carbon. Vítejte v síni slávy Tipsportu, místě zasvěceném největší komunitě sáskařů. Profi výbava analytika plichtiče, který inspiruje.
Co děláš?
Držím palec.
Ukáž?
Držíme palce všem sportovním i sáskařským hrdinům. Tipsport.
Welcome back to the Conquest of Prague. We roll on with our second match of the day, another best of one, to see who is going to end up joining the likes of Sinners in the upper matches in round 3 Swiss action. Of course, this next matchup will feature two teams that got away with some pretty breezy wins. Sashi and TNC up for grabs now in our next matchup of the day.
And look, I think it will be a good sign to just get a feel of whether the first, let's say, best of one upset, good performance can be replicated again. Because for TNC, they took down a pretty decent side in Ecstatic. And then for Sashi, I mean, I know that we were thinking, it's maybe a bit of a 50-50 game. They've already beaten Fnatic on LAN. But how one-sided that matchup really was, I think that was the surprise in it.
Indeed, you are right to sort of take a look at that and sort of make that assessment about Sashi's sort of position. It doesn't feel like it was that much of a 50-50 sort of matchup. So, yeah, you are right about that position. For TNC, definitely an upset over Ecstatic. We had that down as a pretty easy affair for the Danes, but they didn't really come on to perform on the day. So now maybe a bit of a redemption arc, I guess you could say, with Sashi, another Danish side, to try and get revenge for their fellow countrymen by taking down TNC in today's proceedings. And look, for the TNC side, I mean, what do we make of them overall now that we've seen this impressive one upset? Is that just going to be a one blip on the radar thing? Are they going to start crashing down from here?
It's difficult to tell. I mean, the way that they played against Ecstatic, it was very key. They were hyper aggressive. Now, they played Ancient, they started on the T side, and they noticed that TMB was the Cave player, and they were just bullying him, weren't they? They were just taking Cave round after round. The in-game leader ended up dropping 4 kills in the entire game. So there was a game plan for TNC about being really aggressive, being really dry. So that aggro playstyle is certainly something they're going to have to try and bring today against Sashi. I just think for the Danes, especially with Cabby as the in-game leader, he was outclassing Fnatic from a calling perspective.
Yeah.
I mean, A-Core was looking really good on the AWP, looked really consistent. And there's a lot of best of ones being played from Sashi this year. They've played 20 best of ones on HLTV. TNC, they only played their first one against Ecstatic.
Yeah, most definitely. You are right to sort of like, again, bring those sort of like different experience markers to the tally. One thing I want to mention is the fact that you could argue right now that actually TNC gotten the better of the 2 wins by comparison to Sashi right in the first round. Because look, Fnatic, very clearly not a very great team. They're down 0-2 in the Swiss stage, up for elimination in the next round. But, you know, compare that to the likes of Ecstatic, who are a team that you would consider to be a bit more of a favorite team in that context. You could say that Sashi's win was a little bit weaker by comparison. I certainly would think that would be one sort of angle to make. I'd still put them as favorites in this particular matchup. But in terms of the best of one so far in the competition, TNC have got quite a scalp towards their name.
It's true, and I think for Sashi, it's now an opportunity to just one-up what you've done previously, because they were here in the Conquest of Prague last year, and they lost to Passionue in a best-of-one. They were able to beat 9 in a 13-11, very close affair. Lost to Navi Junior, beat Partizan beat Nexus, I should say, in a best-of-3, but then lost to Partizan in that 2-2 games. They couldn't even get towards the play-ins, the decider stage. So knowing that you've beaten Fnatic, you've only got TNC in the next round, I mean, it's the perfect draw to go 2-0, right? It's the perfect setup to beat a team that's not very experienced, not very consistent in Tier 2. Yeah, the interview from Hunden was telling them that they grind a lot, they do, but they just don't really beat good teams in Tier 2 frequently. So it's going to be difficult for the Poles to cause another upset.
Yeah, they've only really once gone so far as to make a deeper run like a CCT playoff TNC. Like they typically end up going out in the first round of the playoff positions, or otherwise just not really like those high value sort of placings that end off the tournaments themselves. So I'm looking at that and sort of saying, yeah, there isn't really a whole lot to work from if you are the TNC side by comparison to Sashi. It's one of the reasons why I put the Danes down as the key and obvious favourites in this sort of context.
Yeah, and I think for Sashi, they've been able to back up an okay track record online with a really good LAN record. The organization's trying to push this team back into relevancy again. I think outside of the top 60 on VRS is an okay position, but Sashi know that they can get towards those higher ends. They can get around that top 40, that top 50 marker. So, look, get the wins when they're available, especially when you're getting weak opposition, when you're getting good draws in Swiss stages.
And just the notion that right now you could be up for one of those 2-0 matches, right? Those opportunities available for themselves to maintain a best-of-3 victory and then go, of course, directly to the LAN finals. Like, for me, on the Sashi side, you'd be licking your lips at that sort of deal. You'd be looking at your opportunities because, as we mentioned before, this is a team that have done extremely well in the LAN environment. The Draculans, for example, Dust 2 Ligen, that's obviously a local division at LAN. And these are the opportunities that Sashi really want to maintain if they want to try and get the higher rankings that they've been gunning for the last couple of years.
Yeah, and I think it's all about, as well, the lineup being stable and being ready for this year. We mentioned Acor came in a couple of months ago. You've had Zyphon that has returned after being on the bench for, 6 weeks. So it was a bit of an uncomfortable position for Sashi to be in because they were using their academy player of Molo. They were using Fessor at a previous LAN. They've now got Zyphon back. This is the time out of that, let's say, turbulent period to say, right, okay, we didn't quite have a full team. Now that we do, let's start winning. Let's really start progressing up the ranking.
And a win should be on the board for my money in terms of the Sashi side here. And now that's two of them being played out in between these two sides on the best of one. Obviously not a great map, but either side it is more middle territory. A number of losses from the TNC side are coming in down to the likes of Heroic Academy and Rune Eaters and Quentry. So, like, if that's the kind of caliber we're talking about, this kind of map up again, you are leaning towards more the Sashi side as the key favourites here in the best of one. The experience seems to indicate it. The recent matches seem to go so as well. Yes, TNC have that one good scout, but I don't think that that one best of one should really impact the standings here between the two sides. I think Sashi are going to take this game.
Even Duster, I mean, we're featuring, 3 wins out of the past 11 for the polls, and for Sashi, they just don't really play it. Now, they've played it only on LAN in the last 3 months. They've never even played it online. They were able to get 1 win versus Fnatic. They're able to get another win versus Arbe, but that's what's going to happen when you're in these best-of-1 contexts, aren't you? You never get the good maps in the pool. I mean, everyone knows that for Sashi, they're a really good nuke team and quite a strong overpass team. So once you get into those best-of-3s, that's when you can play into your strengths, but when you're going into best of ones, you're always going to be going into maps that just aren't frequently being won, or at least not played that often.
And again, that probably is more of a better marker for the likes of Sashi, because I think that as a squad, they were a lot more adaptable by comparison to the TNC side. I think that they definitely had a lot more going for them in general. The Fnatic result is just one sort of example of that, but I also think that Sashi just have a lot more depth by comparison. Again, they are a team that are competing at some of those higher-end Tier 2 lands, and so I look forward to seeing how they're going to compose themselves when it comes to this kind of matchup. Again, I'm backing them pretty heavily. For TNC, look, they've already shown up one good surprise. A second one, not quite as replicable, I don't think, but I think that it's good enough that they can try and make this one a bit of a battle.
And for Dust 2, I mean, I mentioned out on Ancient that they were just bullying TMB. Dust 2, even though it is an aim-heavy map, it's really slow, so that aggro playstyle isn't going to parallel. It's not going to relate from what we saw in their previous best of one to what we're seeing in this one. Now, what might happen, though, is that individually they start getting confidence and they start outperforming the opposition, because in that game versus Ecstatic, Nikodos was farming, wasn't he? I mean, he was, I think, 12-1 at an early stage, I think about 4 or 5 rounds into the game. He ended up finishing with 23 kills, and he had an ace. His deagle was insane. His AWP looked really good, but then Anlay dropped 9 kills. Nut dropped 10. Buzz dropped 10. And TMB went 4 and 18. So if they can get themselves in a position where they're silencing some of these Danish players, if they're just allowing themselves individually to keep working man advantages, keep putting low numbers up on the opposition, then that's when you're going to cause a bit of a threat. It's just that it's difficult to do so, especially when you're going up against another strong team in Tier 2.
Yeah, again, for me, it kind of sort of looking back on that Ecstatic matchup, I wonder how much of that was down to TNC out-fragging the opposition, or was the opposition not really coming into play overall? Because you're right, Nikodos was the main guy of the Ecstatic side, but the next player's down. You know, you mentioned Nikodos 23 kills. Next player's down were like 10. So like you haven't really got a lot of fragging basis to play from by comparison when you're taking a look at the Ecstatic side. And is the Sashi side going to suffer from some sort of issues? Is the next question that I ask myself, because you know I don't think you sort of replicate that twice over. If you played that matchup again between TNC and Ecstatic on a different day, I think that maybe it might have come down to on-the-day performance that might have made a difference when it came down to that particular result.
And maybe it's something to do about hunger as well. I mean, what we know for TNC is that they've been unorged in previous iterations, right? They've been under Los Cogutos. So you're not having the support to go overseas. Now, if you look at their HLTV track record, what you'll notice, Jay, they don't go to LANs. When you're not salaried, it's very difficult to get a budget going with all the players to go overseas. Now, for Sashi, they went to, the Copenhagen Gaming Week in February. They went to the Park and Challenger LAN. They went to 2 of them. They went to the Power League that they qualified for, and they went to Drakland. So I think for Sashi, not only are they LAN proven recently, but the more that they can qualify to LAN, the more that they can go to, it's only going to help out their position in Tier 2. Now, if you're TNC, you're probably not going to be going to many of these open signups. First off, because there's almost none of them in Poland. There's very few across the year. And secondly, it's a very small organization, so it's a lot of funding to send a squad overseas. So really, if there's a LAN where the TO is going to allow you to pay, like for them to pay for all your flights and everything just because of a qualification, then this is the tournament to win. This is the tournament to get to the LAN.
Indeed, and so therefore you need to seize on those opportunities, right? I mean, for everyone involved in the Tier 2 space, the question of the LAN environment is obviously the thing that makes the ultimate difference for a lot of Tier 2 squads. I mean, Sashi are as high up as they are because they do continue to attend these Draculans, these Parken events, these Copenhagen Gaming Weeks. They are very frequently involved in the LAN circuit in a bit more of a different capacity compared to a lot of the Tier 2 teams that are more of the online environment. So I look forward to seeing how far they're going to carry this forward. I want to see if TNC can try and make any sort of impact, but we'll find out after a very short break. With Phil's fixing some technical issues, so when we come back, we'll get started with our matchup between TNC and Ecstatic.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Sashi and TNC are good and ready to go for this game. One map up between the two sides. It'll be us two to see who will end up making their way into the 2-0 matches for round number 3. Dwayne, I'm backing Sashi pretty hard. Are you joining me on that side?
Yeah, I think Sashi are the clear and obvious favourites. TNC are going to have to pull off yet another upset. It's going to be difficult, but if they want to campaign towards the land, you'd expect to get the wins in the best of ones rather than the best of threes. I think that's where it's going to be a bit more tricky for the Poles.
Indeed. So Sashi up for a chance to maintain the first opportunity for themselves to make it to the land finals in the Conquest of Prague. And TNC will be on the CT side, start to kick things off. Dust2 will be our map up to play for. Let's see how far the Poles can carry this. They're going to carry it right forward towards aggression, straight up in mid. Marcos will draw out first blood. Becky, first man down.
I love that confidence, just instantly trying to take space. Now, because they went aggro mid, the T's know that they can take aggro long. The rotates are coming in very quickly, and Marcos, already with the first, might be on for more.
Good taps on for a second kill. Cabby, next man down. 2 more were seen. Third engage of the P2K at range. Can't quite land the headshots. Got teammates right around him though. Adrian next up to move. Trying to see the USP player first up. Core flash blinders missed off and Zyphon connect 2 trades back. But Marcos ain't done. He's caught himself a triple from back of Gandalf. And his teammates now inbound from the short access. Have elbow access and smoke in their way. Bomb in the open. Mistar can see that player. Desperate to try to get a trade out of it. His teammate also looking down range. A core needs to land a headshot or 2. Finally, Nami is going to go training back. Another 1 kill on towards the next. And Marcos stands alone. 1 versus 2. 1 pick up. Another kill. That's an ace for the pole. And a pistol win for TNC.
Yeah, what a crazy pistol round. So not only does Marcos strike almost instantly by charging up mid, but the T's just start overwhelming the A bomb site. I mean, there's a lot of CTs in and around there. You've got short access, player towards get right box, behind default, and you're thinking for a moment, Acor's going to recover this, and all of a sudden, Marcos gets an ace.
Excellent, a couple kills to start. Backline defensive held all the way through for the Polish man. The Polish powerhouse of TNC. The start it is for him. AWP instantly in his hands as well off the back of that round. SMG fights on Cabby, takes him down, quick to start. Next man to try and face, no. Becky, instant response.
And it could just be a game on confidence. We know that TNC were bullying a lot of opening fights out there on Ancient. Very aggressive play style. Now, it's more difficult to do so on Dust2, but we're already seeing signs of it. They pushed up mid on the pistol. You go into the very next round, you aggro lower tunnels. And it's something that Hunden is going to recognize and something that Sashi are going to be very aware of just always expect aggression. Don't get caught with util in the open. Don't get caught repositioning with your knife. Have your gun pulled out. Be ready for fights.
Decent response to the start of Sashi. The T's are now going to reposition, slowing things down and allowing TNC just to counter-adjust. Got all entry paths into bomb sites pretty much covered off here. Ivaro looking in from mid, going to spot players coming in towards short. That will call attention towards Marcos, whose AWP will now be primed and ready. Excellent shooting on his pistol. Can it be the same here for the AWP? Doesn't need the headshots this time. First man still gets past him though. Second shot does connect onto Mistar. Bomb carrier, head ducked down, trying to get towards bomb site. Zyphon's caught a deagle shot in mid in the meantime, so he's going to cut those rotations as the bomb will indeed get planted. Acor takes down 1 more player as Zyphon will go falling in trade, but the SMG from range will take a second kill out of the veteran. And now Mari is all alone. 1v2 for Mars versus the 2 SMGs, and both players are going to make their way away from the bomb site. The nade will confirm the attack position of the pole. Lean up, AWP recovered, shot rings out, he'll miss, second chance, almost cost Acor his life. On with the triple, pistols pulled in the end, the SMG's going to strike back on a distraction of the reload, and Becky will grab that AWP to maintain a quick steal back from Sashi.
Now, small detail in that round, Zyphon's got 2 flashes, and he was the lurk, wasn't he? He was the guy that was lower tunnels, came out the doors and cut at least one of the B players. They had no flashes going up short, and I'm in my mind thinking, oh, well, this is just cooked. You're just done for. And for Marcos, it has to be said, you've got to be getting more than 1 there. If you're an AWP holding that car angle against the elbow and there's no util against you, there's no excuse. You should be getting 2, even 3 kills, and he only gets away with 1.
A shot from Adrian to kick things off. Wallbang on the head. Acor will fall in mid, and the force buy of the CT side not looking to lie down too easily. The Eagles also want their pieces of the pie. Cabby going to sneak in from the tunnels, see his man, but walk right into the trap. Wyvero a little bit off kilter. Now an SMG in his hand and a 5-on-3 to play for TNC. The Eagles not done, and neither is Adrian. Another kill through the mid door. This is coming undone quickly for the Danes.
So you've got the scout of Adrian that just try to keep fighting, try to keep that pressure up. And then you've got Yuvo that's just full tucked. And this round now for Sashi just should turn into a bit of a save. I mean, 2v5, there's nothing in it. Marcos with the other scout is looking to try and get some action. Now, while he doesn't get a kill, he does get a tag up and he gets info towards long.
Himself with the tag damage as well, so turned by Sashi. Now looking to try and lean into this A play. Smokes down to the crosses in here, and the CT trying to counter rotate. Mistar better be ready for the bomb side to be locked off. Small gap in that smoke. He's just seen his man, but unable to get the one shot he needs. Not even a headshot on Marcos. He's low HP. Molotovs to his teammates, going to drive Nami back. The flashbangs trying to go over from 2 CT players. Smoke's going to clear. Another shot from Adrian. Lands to another kill on the backstabs. Mistar can take down one, but the Deagle will close on the backstab itself. Excellent recovery again with TNC. Back and forth we go on rounds.
Very scrappy to the start here of Dust 2, and both of these teams know at some point someone's going to lose out. If you keep force buying against one another, you're going to eventually break the economy and then start running away with it. Now, it looks very promising for TNC because you've got upgraded rifles, you've got an AWP up, you've got money in a pretty good position, and what, Sashi, you're going to have one rifle with an AK armor? Yeah, that's it.
Well, they fought back with broken SMGs. They're slightly worse off across the automatic spread across them. The AK still available for Akor, who has been the standout player for the first few rounds. Brought back that pistol especially. Steal attempt now. Try and come in from the Sashi side. The AWP and Marcos lands on the mid-star. Scout still connecting from Adrian, dealing with Cabby the same. Nami also chimes into the AK, and now the AK of the T side is all that remains. Akor known towards elbow. One pickup, bombs on his back. Trying to sneak his way out of danger, but it's not going to happen. TNC with 3 to start.
And it's a bit of an unorthodox setup, isn't it? Typically, your A AWPer is always going to sit on car, hold that short cross. And instead, the scout's there, and the AWP is just Goose. It's just like, what's he doing there? Everyone's chiming in, everyone's providing a bit of impact. And once you start getting AKs in the CT hands, at least if you can start getting a few of them, you're going to be very dangerous. This is a good beginning by the Poles.
Sashi tested in the early game. TNC with T weapons. Of course, the standard gambit of bought AWP and M4, MP5 also just for good measure to really see that out. Nami receive the T side contacts of Cabby quickly dealt with. Adrian lean up towards the mid axis to get a double kill out of the MP5 as well. So all 5 alive, all effectively held, and even the sponge damage doesn't kill off the one man. TNC up by 3. Sashi now with the gun buys once again. Need to ensure this start is just a start and doesn't get out of control.
One of the main reasons we don't see the MP5 in action is, first off, because the MP7 and MP9 is liked more by others, but probably because of the way that the buy menu now works, right? You don't just have an option of buying whatever weapon like you used to be able to, because it's a lot more restricted. People have the Scout, they've got themselves the MP7, they've got the MP9, they've got the shotguns in there as well. So yeah, very rarely see it now.
Frequently see the AWP though. Marcos to land first.
They're just so aggro every round right now. It doesn't matter where it is. There's just an opening attempt in, what, the first 10, 15 seconds from TNC?
Entering the aggressive playstyle against Ecstatic. Right now, Sashi is suffering dissimilar. Not ready to deal with this kind of aggression, and TNC will continue to maintain it. And this time without the trade potential, Sashi were not close enough towards the dead man, Akabi. It's all started in a 0-6 fashion. Now Mistar tries to lean in towards long. There's nobody on the site to watch this long access. They're all held out towards short, expecting more mid-aggression. The flashbangs will telegraph the fact that they're looking to commit here. We'll concede the site and a bomb plant, but a 5-on-4 for the retake. Really, this round might rest entirely on Zyphon's late look.
Yeah, he's the only way this round is winnable. He probably needs to get 2, maybe 3 kills. He's got to hope that his players on the bomb site stay alive.
Incendiaries and flashbangs are sent early. Smokes to provide a bit of cover for the CT side players. Zyphon about to get checked. Adrian, footstep was heard. Jump faces, kill comes in for the AK. Brings into a 4-on-4, advantage mitigated, but the AWPer waits and baits for Marcos. A secondary kill, not going to be quite as plausible, but Becky is down. Another man advantage retaken. Mistar with his casualty. Acor, scout shots landing on Mario, eventually take him around the fold. And now Zyphon can cut the last 2 players off from escaping because they're out of there. Safe calls being made, but Nami's going to drop. Marcos AWP, late game, late round, and escape towards the bomb site. Evade his demise. Sashi will take their second.
But TNC recognise that there's probably a lurk. They know that it's a really passive Zyphon, so expect him. They don't quite catch him towards the lower tunnels. So the idea after that is let's start flooding the bomb site. Let's go up short really quickly. Let's press in from CT. And there was a player coming through that CT smoke, struggling against, what was it, the scout player of Acor that was out there towards the car. I think if that kill comes in cleanly, it's probably a retake being won.
Again with the aggressive AWP, Marcos. Second time in a row he's gone for this and he's landed it perfectly. Cabby, first to fall again, 0-7 now. He's having a rough game.
Considering that he was the top performer in that Fnatic series, it's not a good sign. Oh boy, Marcos is feeling it. And I almost wonder, because he got an ace in the pistol, is he now just playing like this because the confidence is so high? I mean, sometimes you get it, don't you, when you're just in that flow state.
I mean, I can't debate you there. Twice he's got in that position. Twice he's got the opening kill. And twice Sashi been unable to trade it. Now down to 3 men this time for the A attack. In towards short access, Adrian. Burst port of call. Nami can come in from the long house, but the burst fire of the M4 is good to chunk away at core and Mistar's HP bars. Molotovs come in. Adrian checks, bursts through, sees players on shoulder baits. Scout shots unable to connect from Acor. And Mistar trying to respond. Headshots are landed as Adrian will fall. Neither nearly gets caught off guard there. Oh, the scout headshot lands again from Acor. They're trying to bail themselves out of an awkward spot. 3-on-3 for this post plant.
It looks promising. You've got Acor very trapped out here towards short. He needs to keep fighting and he tries to upgrade that scout to the M4.
Mario takes that chance to strike now. Mistar's tapped up low. Becky also going to be seen towards short, but he lets that headshot in. We're back to a 2v2. The CT still searching, not sure of where they're going to reposition to. The no noise being made. One player going to start running his way up from long in towards ramp. Bomb planted, open, exposing. Have to check out Gandalf. AWP to watch for it. Diffuse, tapped and held, swing of the AK, instant for Mistar, knows exactly what to do. Now they play for time against Marcos, has to fall back and save his weapon. Once again, he starts off a round, but once again, TNC can't convert upon it. Sashi within 1.
But you're just fuming if you're Marcos, aren't you?
Yeah.
Because especially on Dust 2, with the way that it plays on the CT side, it's the highest round win conversion 5v4 out of any map in the pool. So when you get an opener, a lot of teams will sit there and say it's unlosable because you just play crossfires, you make it really difficult for the Ts, and instead we're just getting round by round a little bit of a recovery. It's 2 in a row now for Sashi, and for TNC, I mean, this really should be a 6-1 score. They should be pressing on quite a bit.
I think you're right there. Because you can see the damage being output to Sashi still leaves them with scout plays involved. They've got very little in terms of the supportive elements. At least they've got the AKs out for all 4 players otherwise, but TNC are doing what they can to limit. Well, TNC's retake success continues to be in the toilet at the moment. Sashi have evened up the board to 4 apiece. And now the bi-state starts to get awkward for the Polish side. SMGs on 2 men. Or 2 M4s, MP7, MP9. Now they can get up to the AWP. Feels like the economy might have leveled out for the Sashi side right now.
You start wondering, is this similar signs to what happened with Ecstatic versus TNC in the opening round, that you're getting a super carry from one player and then everybody else is just lacking? Marcos needs to get some help, because right now he is firing everywhere with that AWP.
12 and 2, Cabby down again. Victim of the big green, but Sashi have worked from these man disadvantages quite well so far. And there it is, a core instantly going to trade back Adrian. Marcos stands alone on the defensive. Flash banged off, trying to get out of the way. Well aware of his position. They're going to try and cover off with the smokes towards the crosses. Wyvero with burst fire in the SMG. Desperate to land one of those kill shots. Finds a gap in the smoke to try and take down Acor, so that's one more pickup. They're going to continue walking. They don't even account for this. SMG tried to fire, but missing his chance. Now Zyphon with that late lurk in from the B-bomb site. He might have been seen by a player, I believe. Checking up the top of the window. Fires him down. Murray picked up to a 3-on-3. Now attention's drawn away from the retake as the AK tries to fight, but Nami will fall. Zyphon takes him again. Rival are going to get caught. And Marcos, 1v3 situation. Just to get out of his dodge, just to get out and escape. Again, starting off so well, but too little around him. And Sashi will take back the lead at last.
And with how late Zyphon is activating in some of these rounds, it's reminded me a lot of how Dreamer used to play in the Bulgarian scene, where you just come in so late where either one or two things happen. You either just get caught baiting, don't you, but you're not helping anybody out, or you end up finding really good impact of cutting the rotations. I mean, to be out on B site, what, 10 seconds after the bomb goes down? I mean, at least he's been in lower tunnels in the previous rounds to cut players. So annoying if you're TNC, because every time you think about a rotation to get a retake in, you're just worried. Where is he?
Mistar's next to task. Acor takes down one. Double up with Adrian. Falling the same. Pistols out for TNC. Really can't do much against it. However, the only player that can have the Kevlar as well. So, yeah, you haven't got much at all in this round. TNC are getting outmaneuvered, outclassed, and decimated by the Sashi side. The firepower of Marcos aside, TNC just struggling to get much of worth in these rounds. And this Eagle can't hold on to close quarters combat. Cabby going to take minimum 6 for Sashi here.
And there's some very similar parallels to the last series we just covered with the French, where it looked promising from the start, got themselves a good score, and then as time went on, you started seeing them get outclassed to eventually rounds aren't even competitive. Now, I don't think we've quite got to that bit yet, because Marcos is still getting quite a lot of opening kills, and they are holding weight, but the scoreline's running away from them. You're up 4-1, you're now down 4-6. You've got to end this streak quickly.
Sashi are running away with this now. Adrian, M4, close towards the doorways, over at the longhouse contact. Marcos again in lower tunnels. Cabby, he's fallen for this like 3 times already. Surely he'll make it 4. No, his teammates Molotov off the entrance. He's going to reface and still take him down. If you're Cabby right now, you're just like, what the hell do I have to do? And Marcos dipping in for more, challenging the AWP up towards suicide. Acor and Ham have the gap on lock. Marcos can't reface that. He's going to try anyway. It's still hit the kill through the flashbang. How are you going to stop him? Adrian following up on Becky as well, and this time it feels like finally TNC are going to put an end to Sashi's streak.
And it's very tilting because you've done everything right from the util. They know that it's a common position being held. They've tried to funnel him out with the util of the molly and of the flashbang, and he still hit 2 bangers. Now, Zyphon, if he gets the B pick, this round is on. CT is still being smoked, so it slows down rotation room from the A player. Mary. Ooh,
oh my God, they're not.
Not good.
They're not. Please, don't lose this round, guys. Mistar's got the bomb plant at least.
Yeah, do you know what? Because he's got a smoke towards the doors, he can still make this quite expensive. He could potentially cripple their economy moving into round 12.
We'll confirm the fact he's on his way in. Player at the tunnels will be the first man to look for. Did Mistar hear the footsteps at the doorway? Exposed towards it, and Adrian will put him down, but Okay, TNC, don't let that one go. You didn't, thank goodness. Fifth of their board, trying to make it minimum 6 at the turn of the half of themselves the same. And really down to Marcos' efforts as to how that whole thing went down for himself. Excellent work. Again with the shot to start, again with the impressive pick on Acor. And Zyphon very, very nearly turned it up against him. But not to be. Fifth of the ball to TNC, Sashi. One final bite to close the half.
The performance that Marcos is putting in reminds me a lot of Woozy in that first round versus the Eyeballers, right? Where you're just hitting everything. Every single time you go in for an AWP kill, you're just getting contact. 15 and 4 going into round 12. Now, it's not Lower Tunnel's aggression, but he's still very fast out here towards top mid. Oh, wow.
And another one, of course he does, because at this point, what more can you expect out of the man? He's just doing mental work. At least they trade him fast this time on Sashi as they neutralize the threat. Right up to a passive line of engagement, careful on their positions. Zyphon, nothing to be seen as the B bomb side was hugging that smoke, but opt not to take the face this time, not right now.
Sashi are waiting for an overpeak. They know that the opposition is so aggressive, so just freeze for 20, 30 seconds, see if Short's going to get retaken, see if someone's going to challenge out from the mid doors. And this, for the first time in a very long time, is quite a disciplined position for TNC. No one's walking to take space. They're not really doing anything.
Ivero engaging, shot tempted to bait out the AWP. It's Mario to trade back on Becky's casualty, but a call there with the AWP pit back to a 2-on-2. Firing blinded, trying to get out of the way. The bomb's on his back. Zyphon, meanwhile, takes that space away. He lines up the last 2 men and denies before even the bomb goes down. So indeed, Sashi will win the half at 7-5 to close out their T side.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Sashi didn't get away completely clean in this half, but the half advantage still sits with them to close out their T-side bases. They finally find ways to counteract the likes of Marcos, who was fragging away on the T-side. The aggression of TNC on that CT defensive may well end up towards their own favor when they transition over to the attacking half, however. And Sashi need to try and find a way to counter that still, because they've still got a challenge ahead of themselves.
And I wonder if Marcos doesn't close out this best of one with a win. Does he start knocking on the door of the other Polish teams? Can you take me? Can someone else have me? Oh, what a shutdown out here on B as well. Both of the B players just instantly closing. And Marcos and Adrian, yeah, you might have long space and you might be able to get the bomb down. You're not doing anything in the round, though.
Well, Marcos will still give it a go because he's Marcos. Give Adrian the bomb, plant on site. PT50 from range is tapping to look for heads. He's also going to play with Kevlar here, so needs to get something but just shut down with a simple headshot. Not a lick of damage done to Sashi right now. Adrian, he can at least take down one player of Acor, but that's the only trade they get out of this one. Sashi instantly overwhelmed that bomb site, and well, as you mentioned, a shutdown from Zyphon and Mistar there on the defensive line. Triple on Zyphon in the end, actually. Excellent work from Sashi once again.
And I was almost envisioning, do you remember when Flamey had the 2 pistol aces in the first half and the second half? And I can't think of anything else other than Marcos is going to get another ace. I mean, I'm looking at that 2v5 thinking he's got armor, he's got P250, but nah, just gets railed. And I think unfortunately for TNC, they just don't feel very threatening out here on Dust 2. Yeah, we are getting a super performance in from Marcos, but it is a team game. And for Sashi, with the scoreline where it is, win this anti-force buy, go up 10-5, you just close from there.
Adrian can try and take down Cabby in his extension out towards mid, but look how quickly Mistar and Akor can deal with both him and Marcos. So now even he's not really allowed to get that impact out on his weapons. Instant picks in mid. They're going to continue fighting. Smoke's in the way of the doorway will re-bloom, so can't take down Murray. He's tagged up. The MAC-10 will now start to lean forward. Scout behind him at range. Both weaker weapons compared to the regular buys of the Sashi side. The M4s now spreading out towards the tunnels to start searching up towards the longhouse as well. At least they found the access point from short. Another bomb plant on TNC, but this force by really needs to turn up a round win if they want to make it worth it. And at a 2-on-4, you're heavily doubting the potential.
Akor just bullies the first player out there towards short, trying to go through the smoke, and Syphon does the exact same thing too.
I didn't quite registering beyond the smoke. Double up for the Dane. 20 kills deep for Xiphon. So even though Marcos was hitting some absolutely ridiculous, unreasonable shots on his own CT basis, they actually got a monster of their own. 9-5 on their board now, TNC. Another bomb plant, but only 2 casualties out of it. I don't think they can really justify another force buy here.
I wouldn't mind seeing a hero, though. I think a hero Galil would be all right. You've got to try and pressurize a bit of the economy. Only getting 2 kills in that last one's not ideal at all. Let's have a look. I think with how aggressive they can be with the fighting power, I'd like to see a hero, and yeah, they do have one.
Decent work being done. Mistar and Cabby go blow for blows with Adrian and Nami, actually. On one man start towards mid, Cabby's going to get contested, but he turns up his casualty. Scout shot seen, and scout shot landed for Marcos. There's his head, there's his blow. Now he can start to be a monster once again, especially with Becky being distracted by him. Murray can take the kill back on the next, and Xiphon now seen over on Xbox. He'll fight, try and look to remove him from play and disappear back towards short. The bomb was seen there at Suicide. It's got options to rotate towards the B play. Did I connect the dots right here? I think they might just do. Indeed, Marcos is on his way.
I'm not sure why it's being so disrespectful in these last couple of rounds from Sashi. They don't play like this usually at all. They're a team that are very by the book, very percentage-based, Danish style. And it's definitely a game plan against TNC in the second half to just sort of sod it and just go for fights. And in this one case, it's not worked out at all. This is a very good steal. And one where the hero AK didn't even do anything. I mean, that's the most surprising matter.
Diego and Scout, once again, Marcos providing. Xiphon closed in upon by Marcos soon enough. Kill gets found for his double. And a couple of free weapons as well for TNC to start to rebolster their buy state. Good work being done by TNC, trying to generate some threat once again on their board here. All important for the Polish side. Sashi not allowed to get away too easy from this position onwards here. You've got scouts coming in on their buy state, broken as it is. M4s on 2 others. Becky saw presence out towards the longhouse and just falls back immediately beyond that smoke. Does not want to give up his life so early.
Resmoke is going to hope to try and slow them down, but I think that this could also be disrespected by the T's. They're going to just push on.
Over around the corner, flashbang forward, engaged upon by the scout shot of Akor from range. 5-7 close to Becky, taken down by Mistar with his own blind sprays up on the short access. A 5-on-3, and Sashi still not done fighting right here. Incendiaries will block the bomb plant for now, but only towards the short side, not a default. Murray puts it down.
I like this quad setup towards long. They're going to be able to overwhelm Marcos. It's going to be very difficult for the AWPer to multi-frag.
Need to see a Marcos round. Doesn't hit the first shot though. Dips back in with a second and can get him from a slightly closer position. Second man goes down, turns away for further flashbangs. Mistar and Acor can strike towards the open exposed players. Nami stands alone. Spray goes all good to the first. Can't transition to the second. And Becky comes in close to deny a third. Sashi with 10.
Well, Marcos just has pod teammates, doesn't he? I mean, it's such a shame. He is putting in such a world-class performance in both the first half and the second half. He's frying. Yeah, he may have missed the sitter out there from the long doors, but mate, look what he redeems himself with, getting two. Look at the whiffs that are coming through from some of his teammates, even the player, the last alive. I mean, the kills should just be coming in cleanly. Oh, it's heartbreaking for the experienced AWPer here on the Polish side.
Landing blow after blow. And TNC unable to keep up with this man that leads the charge. And sometimes we're getting glimpses of Marcos who just looks like so puzzled by how these rounds are being lost. He's doing his job, he's putting in his part. And Wyvro just walks up towards the mid position and gets shut down by the counter rope of Sashi. Acor in with the opening pick. Yes, he's tagged up, but he's alive. TNC have one man who's not.
Adrian's expecting a boost to come up here from short, just on the lip of the smoke, but there's nobody there. Cabby now trying to see if there's an extremity player. Is there maybe a walk lurk that can come through around the doors? Marcos will probably just have that AWP pinned, and then everybody else can scale. Doesn't matter where you want to go, you just post long, post short. Becky, AK in this position looks good. If he gets the crosshair placement right, this round's just going to be over from the edge of pit.
Acor's watching and waiting. Shot does not connect on the second player that he faces. Becky's there as the insurance policy, and well, he cashes out on that policy. 2 kills instantly. 2 men left on TNC. Deagle shut down by Acor, repositioning towards the short access. Marcos, well, not given a chance to strike early, and almost certainly won't win this round with 30 seconds remaining on it. Sashi up to 11 now. TNC looking more and more out of this game as the rounds go on. Marcos will get hunted down from here. They've got too many CTs all around him. From long, from spawn, from mid. He can take down one, but he can't take them all down. 11-6 for Sashi.
And that round is the perfect example to explain how good an AK is in CT hands. Now, if we're looking at Becky, right, let's just say he's got an M4, an S, or an M4, doesn't really matter. There's no way he's holding that angle. What he would be doing is counter-strafing. He'd be getting the first kill, strafing in and out because you need the movement. You can't get a kill straight away. You'll get the dink and the body shot. When you've got an AK, there's certain angles and certain positions that you'll hold differently. And that's why he's just not even moving there. He's just waiting for the scale, for the committance.
Excellent work to get them down. Now Zyphon and Cabby lock out that B bomb site once again together. M4 kills for both those players. 2K up for each, and Nami left alone. 5 deep in this map up. Worst performance here for TNC. It's a complete contrast to the 21 that his AWPer has gained. Zyphon hunt him, and Nami will get a 6th kill, so small bonus, but again, the CTs are closing in. They should hunt him down. I'm taking players out of the fold. At least going to try and make it somewhat expensive. I don't think expense really matters at this stage, though. Sash will be up on map and match point. TNC have to grind back from the brink to try and maintain something greater. Nami will grab that M4 and run away with it. He might run right into the hands of Cabby, though. Been heard at suicide, no noise being denied, and Cabby indeed will take that kill.
Definitely trolling in that 5v1, over-peeking outside of B, over-peeking outside of long, but you can't be too critical of it when the scoreline reads series point. I mean, you're up by a lot of rounds here. TNC haven't really competed very much across this best of one, and it looks as if Sashi are going to be bound with a really good start in the BO1s of the Swiss stage. They were able to very easily beat Fnatic and pretty easily beat TNC as well. I'd like to see what their performance can equate to in the best of 3 in the different format, because I always like seeing Sashi on Nuke. I think they're a really good Nuke team, and it shows the depth of their map pool when you get to a best of 3, rather than just playing always middle ground of Ancient or Dust 2.
I'll just even stress test that better map in the pool against some of the better opposition that we'll have. Again, Sinners already in the 3-0 group, and it looks like Sashi are own bound to try and join them. Adrian first to fall in this round. Cabby round the corner on the boost at the B-bomb site from the tunnel's entrance. Rival are going to get picked up. Mistar takes some leg drop damage at 12 HP. There's still a 5-on-3 for Sashi right now. TNC showing no signs of bringing it back and no signs of survival here on match point.
And what's been such a shame is that Marcos has given us a flair of almost CSGO AWPing, right, where an AWPer can take over. We don't see that in CS2 nowadays. What a shame to have that kind of a performance and then not be backed up by success. Becky might get caught in the timing, but this bait and switch by Mistar is really good, and well, they don't even need the CT player to come in.
Life on and Becky just dropping. Nami can get 1 kill out on a low HP player. That's as far as it goes, though. 13-6 domination from the Danes. Excellent work from their part to counter out what was a star performance from a very key star player on the TNC side. If you're Marcos, you'd be pretty annoyed. I'd want to say, like, you've had an absolute star performance, like you mentioned, CSGO style AWPing, flashy kind of stuff. Your teammates have not shown up to support you. And Sashi, on the contrary, well, they had some stars of their own. They had a better formation, they had a better tactics, and just a better response towards what TNC were bringing to the table today.
And it's another HLTV best of 1 win. It now makes it 13-8. You've got a Sashi side that were down 1-2 in last year's Conquest of Prague, but yet this time, not only have they won comfortably, but they're 2-0, and they're looking to really try and make a stress towards the playoffs.
Indeed they are, and look, with the fact of the matter is that they are now up in those playoff qualifying games, right? You need to get one more win on your board and you'll be straight towards the LAN finals, top 2 in Swiss stage. Again, they are on track to do so right now. Then depending on how the draw might look compared to the teams that I have coming up later today, it might still be a bit of a tough task. You've still got Sinners and Alliance that are likely, of course Sinners already through, but Alliance likely to win out their match a little bit later on. But look, the win's a win. Sashi are on track to try and maintain it, and so that was expected out of this series. It's what we've got to see from them.
And you wonder, when are we going to get a competitive game? I mean, Alliance versus Unity, that could be a very similar blowout to what we've had in the last couple. I'm hoping for a Polish derby up next that we get a tight game, because, I mean, you've got to hope that one of these 4 is going to show us something.
Well, on paper, it feels like it's the one that should well do so. You're right. Polish derby, always an excellent time to watch, as KOLESIE will take on ESC after this very short break. Our third and penultimate match of the day will roll out here in the Conquest of Prague.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napijeme.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je? Nebo jsi myslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Sparrow, coach of Team KOLESIE, thank you so much for coming to the interview, and congratulations for your victory over Young Ninjas. It was pretty easy. Why do you think so?
Thank you and hello. To be honest, we are pretty good right now. I mean, we have maybe honeymoon because we had like 2 changes in our lineup and we feel pretty confident. And yeah, we were also really, I think, good prepared against the Young Ninjas. So yeah, it was really nice game from us.
For you as a coach, how important for you is to use this honeymoon phase for as many VRS points, and how usually long it lasts?
It depends on the team. I mean, it's always like 1 month when the new lineup, when is the new lineup. I think it's because of like the playstyle is pretty mixed in the team. And when you are trying to implement some new stuff, new tactics, then the things go wrong a bit. And but yeah, it's really important on the beginning also because we need to win, because we need to feel our confidence. And yeah, of course, our main goal is to grab some points and be the best and be higher in the ranks.
You're talking about implementing some new things. So what is the main thing you are struggling right now with?
Well, it's hard to say, to be honest, because we have pretty new play style, because we have 2 different players than before. I mean, we have Friend as a sniper who playing a bit more, I think, more active than Fly when we had him. And Exis is also new player. And we swap roles with Klosu. We from Exis took the roles from Klosu. Klosu is more like a lurker right now. So it's hard to say from me right now, but yeah, I think we need a time to check what is wrong in our team.
Today you are playing against ESC Gaming. They won pretty easily their match in the round 1 as well. Was there something from that match that you could take and you could focus on today?
Yes, of course. It's a really hard game. I mean, it's Polish derby, so it's always hard to play against Polish teams because we know each other very, very well. So yeah, we are really focused on this game. We really need and want to win, and we will do everything to do it.
All right, great to hear that. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck for today's match.
Thank you.
If you feel
Well, welcome back to the Conquest of Prague. We've got our penultimate match of the day, and hopefully it should be a bit of a doozy. Polish derbies, national derbies in general, tend to always deliver. And as we look towards the likes of ESC's knockout of the 2-0 potential, we have to see whether KOLESIE or ESC's part of things can try and maintain something in a much more better position. So listen, this is the matchup we were looking forward to the most here today, Dwayne. I'm looking forward to seeing whether they can try and make amends for what TNC did and couldn't quite do, as rather should say, earlier on today.
It's a very difficult match to even give a favourite to, because you've got both teams that compete at fairly similar levels. There's not a huge amount of difference in the VRS ranking. You've got ESC just inside of the top 90, KOLESIE just outside of the top 90. So it's going to be one of those games where on-the-day performance is key. Individuals need to be at least showing up. And it's a bit of a shame for ESC, because I don't even think they had an opponent in that first game. I mean, they took on the Qual 4 team, which was the Romanians that came through one of the open qual. Those guys are pretty much just completely unknown. And for KOLESIE, I mean, they took on Young Ninjas, and I mean, I was even quite let down by that entire Mistem and Co team. They showed nothing in that opening game.
Yeah, no, very, very weak opponents for both of these two teams coming into this matchup, which I'm kind of hoping is going to be a bit of a pace change for these two sides to take on players that they'll be a little bit more familiar with, and for KOLESIE to really stress test what Sparrow was talking about during that interview, right? The fact that Exist is taking ClockQ's own roles here. I mean, I don't know what in terms of the point-for-point comparisons between the two players that end up being, but very clearly they expect to see something else from Exist that they want to bring him in supplement to ClockQ as opposed to just outright replacing him in general.
Yeah, well, it's what's going to happen very frequently with roster changes is that when you kick a player and you bring someone else in, very commonly you'll get a few role overlaps. So players are going to have to give up certain positions, certain roles in the team, because KOLESIE know that they've dropped off from relevancy towards the end of last year, or even some early stages of 2026. They were very threatening in Tier 2, and now they're just not. So changes are needed for the future of the team. They need to get back to that high-end position again.
Indeed, that's where they're going to be at here, and I think that they've got potential to do it. It's about living up to that potential, and surely you have to defeat your own countrymen if you want to maintain that overall here. Ancient will be on the side to play out between the two sides here in the best of one. Seeing a lot of Ancient, you and I, Blake, in this competition. I'm kind of getting a little bit bored of it, I'm not going to lie. But look, for KOLESIE, if you are looking towards this map up, you're probably very, very happy with it. You play it quite frequently, you win it quite a lot. It's not a true middle ground map in that sense.
That's a very good map for both teams. It's one of the highest picked in best of threes for both organizations. So when you've got a map that's being played as frequently as it does for both of the Polish teams and won as frequently as it does, I think we're expecting a pretty good showing. Now, I will say that for ESC, they've not played many decent teams on this map recently. I mean, even the last few wins, Qual 4, Tricked, Stake, Algo, Lavkeds, Leo, I mean, all low-end Tier 2 against Tier 3 names. Whereas you look over at KOLESIE, they've been able to beat, Metasport 13-9. They had a 13-9 versus Nemega. So they've at least had even a 13-5 versus X-Ruby. So on occasion, we've seen some wins against much better teams. So maybe that does give a bit of an extra hand towards KOLESIE.
And maybe that's because they're getting those opportunities a little bit more frequently by comparison. I know that the ESC side kind of outranks KOLESIE by a small amount, but we do see KOLESIE going deep in a lot of these online competitions and a lot of these, these qualifiers to greater lands. And I'm playing in Logar as a key example right there and then for them. So the earnings that they can gain out of this position and the fact that they're taking on those high-level teams and still winning them out on this map up is very crucial, I think, to decisively stating them as the kind of favourites by comparison. But like I said before, it's a Polish derby. Derbies can get absolutely wild. You can see some very unexpected stuff coming in from ESC if they can play their own kind of game.
And it's a very strange point of time to be ESC, because they sold the entire roster over to what they were called as the Friendly Campers, but it was Focus. Now, Focus ended up dropping that team and now picking up the whole new one with Volt and ZTR. And now ESC have re-signed them back together. So there's been a bit of chop and changing with the organizations. I think the one aspect that ESC will have a helping hand with is that they're salaried. They've got organization backing. KOLESIE, they haven't had an organization for quite a while now.
Indeed, and that might prove to be a long-term success point for the ESC side, but in the here and now, I'm going to back KOLESIE in this best of one, Blake. It could get wild though, so I wouldn't disrespect it if you went the other way.
Yeah, I'm probably going to go towards ESC. They've already won a best of 3 today. That was against Favbet earlier on this morning, and they had a really good final map decide over Nubis. So on the day, performance looks good by them.
Opening kill for Olim to kick things off at the ESC CT side start. ClockQ can return back that favour very quickly, and KOLESIE will be inbound for a 4-on-4. They won't fully commit with that casualty. Be waiting with this smoke in the way from the ESC utility belt. Still got Clutchain and PLAYzone right beyond it though. Moonwalk involved into his Julie sets, can take down one player. PLAYzone quick to respond once again. Sammy in the back lines needs to get a headshot or two together, but beyond this smoke, you can't see anything. Pushed away by the presence. Bomb plant can come in. PLAYzone will challenge out towards Temple and get the man advantage by taking down Badgemy.
Amy needs to get this default player, but Exist is just not facing, and now Ryko comes in to trade PLAYzone.
He's killed back. Same with another one. Can't quite land it though. Ryko in the back lines. Innocent's going to get caught, tagged up to 4 points of health. But Ryko just can't hit that killing blow here. Finally gets him down and leans into the bomb site, looking for where Exist has gone to. He thinks it might be a default plant, but no, he's run right past that bomb. Tapping it once. No kits in play. Time's against him, and Exist has called his bluff. Now Ryko needs to hold it all the way through. He's lost his chance now. You'll see him jump facing. But now it's all over. It's a pistol win for the KOLESIE side.
A very good start coming forward. And Ryko, you're never going to be able to win that round. You've basically got to tap the bomb, draw the fight immediately, and dome him. And Exist doesn't even give him a jiggle, doesn't even give him a face until a good 5 seconds later. And Moonwalk maybe doing a little bit too much. I think with the Julies under tree, if he just had the gun out rather than trying to flash for his teammate, probably gets 2, maybe even 3. I think it's a really good position to be in with that kind of a pistol. But he just gets caught on the timing because of the util. And KOLESIE get themselves off to a good start on Ancient.
Indeed they do. Openings for the T side, SMGs and scouts being brought in by ESC. Try and challenge Exist first up. Scout player seen, shot missing out, and he does get caught with utility in his hand, so Moonwalk can kick off the round.
Boku is expecting more aggression, but rather than a bit of a press in from mid, there's action out here from Rap. Now, Ryko has made noise, so that's being heard from the in-game leader of Innocent towards the B doors.
Ryko just prodding. Going around towards that wood stack boost up. Elaine's going to find the kill in the end to take him down from Shelf. Where the T-side presence is out here, and the strike action starts to come back from the backstab as well. So Olymp will slowly close in the pincers against this T-side. I think it might have been Herb there, though. Indeed, he's going to challenge directly. He bays those nades. His teammate engages on sight. Moonwalk, burst, fire, spray through to a man inside of that corner. Clutchain moves up and takes his man down. Badger with a responsive. Double up not quite secure. Innocent can take a response. 3 on 2. They're locked out of the bomb site now. ESC. Plant can be secure without issue. Sammy will try and challenge, try and take a blind shot, but is not on the accuracy there.
The HP bars are so low, and that's why everyone's trying to spam in this retake. Sammy knows that Innocent is trapped, but they need to get someone else. They need to get either the ramp player or the cave player first.
Ushering themselves in, the Galil picked up by Olymp will start searching site. They're going to call common information that Innocent is in the bag, but their back might be turned towards the cave individual. PLAYzone to check. Innocent will go falling. PLAYzone, will he get checked here in the corner? Yes, he will, but he still gets that shot back in. Samy's landed the kill on friend in the meantime. 1v1. Bomb tapped once on the reload. Mac 10's recovered, and PLAYzone knows he's won the round right here. He'll swing out to try and take this fight, but just to ensure that Sammy doesn't stick the bomb defuse, it will be a second to the board of KOLESIE.
Unfortunately, no kit there for Sammy, was never going to be able to win that round. Now, if he stayed alive and maybe upgraded, let's say, from a Mac 10 towards a rifle somewhere on the side, then there's probably room to go for a force buy again. But with him dying out to the bomb, I don't think there's any point. Just a pretty standard exec. What a shame that both Moonwalk that was close top ramp and that 5-7 that was close top ramp just didn't really convert all of that damage into kills. And they actually are going to be force buying in the end. This is a tough call, because if you're not successful here, you go down 0-4.
Putting a lot behind this. At least they've kept KOLESIE's own economy state in a weakened form, so the force buy can be justifiable to counter the reset and take a lead back of your own. But you are right. Massive swing round in the early game of these two sides. That's why you can see KOLESIE taking a very careful approach to the default here. Beyond the B doors, you're seeing nothing. In fact, beyond elbow, you're seeing nothing from KOLESIE. ESC can take the mid access here. Nothing, see nothing. Catch no one. Ball back to standard defenses. Badger will start repositioning towards the long position. KOLESIE will eventually look to end off here on B.
Well, for ESC, they need someone to step up and make some heroics, because they've got no util to block. So they need what? Multi-frags, they need 2 kills, they need 3 kills. Long range for the MP9s in this position. This doesn't look promising, actually.
Here come the smokes. Long and short blocked off. Badgme trying to block one of them, but won't make a difference to the gaps being generated. Olymp now on his backstab will start to close in from Shelf. The bomb's already crossed though. Badgme boosted. Checked by Clutchain. Can drop back down. Moonwalk can try and strike back from the cables. Take one player out. Double up with that spray transfer. Ryko gets involved. Exists forced to trade it back to a 2-on-2. Now needs his backup. 13 seconds. And Moonwalk comes up with another good kill. Friend, desperate to try and get a return, but he's running out of time and running out of chances. Moonwalk with a quadra will get the steal that ESC are looking for, break the backs of KOLESIE.
And there's a lot of experienced Polish players in the server today. Moonwalk is not one of them. His name only started popping up on the radar a couple of years ago. He has been a part of this sort of ESC lineup for a little while, but it was Paloma where he started being quite dangerous in Tier 2, and then even before that on Aves and Ignis Serpens. Not a guy that's had too long of a pro career, but that is a serious round. I mean, what a hold from that MP9 out in default.
KOLESIE reduced the pistols as a result of that here. They're going to try and move faster and catch the TT players off guard, but Badgme just deals with them effectively, as does Ryko, as does Olymp. Exists cut down by Olymp's double. It's a nice tidy second round of the board at ESC. KOLESIE have to go down to harsh ecos now because the money just is not there for them. Fully reset by the opposition, so it's going to be ESC taking the lead.
And when you've got national derbies, you know that there's going to be a lot of rivalry, you know that there's going to be a lot of history between the players. You've got Friend and Exist who are now on the KOLESIE side, who used to play with Badgme as the core 3 on Thunderflash and Enterprise. That's 2 years of being a core 3. Over 300 maps played on HLTV. So this game is going to be very important for Badgme to try and get the one-up. Moonwalk aggressively out from mid. Does struggle, but Olymp should be here to mop up most.
And that's what I'll do. Let's frags down and ensure that there are no further casualties are posted by the T side line. One man lost to Moonwalk. The ESC take the lead. That's the most important part of it. And the AKs will stay in with 3 players. Plenty of firepower available for ESC by comparison. KOLESIE still leaking on 1 Galil with a lack utility across the majority of the board. That they can maintain right here. HE is up as standard. Smokes in the way of the challenge over towards this elbow angle. Olymp and Ryko get the first couple kills in, however, from elbow and from lane. Belaney and Exist to fall.
And look at the difference from the performers of the in-game leaders. You've got Olymp, that's the captain and the caller for ESC, that's 10-2, and then Innocent, that's 1-5. The AKs on the city side are just striking, and you're getting the feeling that the pressure's really on KOLESIE now. I mean, look at how ESC are taking those duels. They're fighting mid, they're fighting lane, they're just taking all the map control.
Good shot from Ryko as well to make it a triple in the round for himself. Excellent searching being done by him. You're right, like the confidence. 1v5 now for Friend, the newest joiner to the KOLESIE side. Stand in for a little bit of time, but only recently officially joining the team. And 0-5 at present for his own numbers. Bane game, he's yet to get started here on this matchup. Don't think he'll get started here and now either. Maybe an exit frag on Olymp, who's closing in the backstabs at 20 points of health. But nothing that will change the round right here. Now he's been spotted. Challenging from all sorts of sides, and Olymp indeed will take the man down. So ESC could we move on to 6 now, Hannah?
I think they're going to put up quite a few rounds in this first half. I mean, I know that the last 2 games have been blowouts, and you can't just use that as a parallel to say it's going to happen again. But when confidence is high in CS2, you can just outfire a lot of oppositions. You've got a lot of AKs being held on their city side. And I think for KOLESIE, just because of those upgrades, that they're really going to struggle in these next few rounds. This could be 8, maybe even 9 CT rounds being won.
Olymp's challenging for more cows to his name. He's top fragger of the board of ESC at the moment. Involved at the main entrance, pushing on to take that first challenge, and just falls back to a corner to hug and just wait for them to re-aggress. Instead, then he's going to be the man that aggresses. In towards the Galil player. Belaney will fall, takes a dink down. A whole other angles here, but aware of the fact that they've got a lot of presence outside of this main entrance. So a full back to bomb site. Might need some support with him soon, though. He's low HP still.
Olymp is expecting that boost to come through out towards tree, the contact day. And I think for KOLESIE, you probably want to be getting, what, 2, maybe 3 picks on this eco. You've got to take the AKs out of their hands. And when you're going in with a hero rifle and quite a few upgrades for everybody else, it's got to be expensive.
Olymp stands alone as the mostly gamble comes in from ESC, although the utility being spotted by Olymp. Backup will quickly get called in by Ryko. Will now look to try and join him from the back lines. Might even be the first spotter. No, it actually goes up towards this temple entrance instead. Player on the boost, spots in. Olymp will go down for it. Ryko swings to try and trade. Doesn't get anything for it. And KOLESIE take a man advantage. Smokes on a donut should allow the plant to come down. Moonwalk will try spamming it, but won't get anything for his trouble. Retake disadvantage extended as well by Innocent, and his swing back, doubling up on Badgeby as Sammy falls in the interim. And now Moonwalk is left in a 1v4, wondering how on God's green earth ESC just lost this round.
It's just such an insane round win because it's an opening man advantage for ESC. Olymp is pre-aiming that boost, but the pre-aim and the check is even better from the T side. They have the peeker's advantage on that tight angle. You're never expecting any more than a few kills and a bomb plant. Just even the AWP whiffing out towards Temple. Oh, fuming. ESC had that round written all over them and it's just been stolen away completely. And now KOLESIE can start putting some pressure up.
Wow, wow, wow. This one is turning out to be quite a thrill right in the early matchup. If it carries on like this all the way through to the end, that'd be even better. Clock tagged up so early in this one. Exist going to get taken down first by Moonwalk in the mid position. Clock will find a trade back on Ryko. It returns to a 4-on-4 right now. What more can present? Badgemy will present onto Blaney, who will be the next victim of the CT defensive line. But no more action. KOLESIE slow it down.
And the problem that Friend's got is because he's the AWPer, it's very difficult to scale into cave or into ramp, especially when you're solo. So it's going to take a lot of time off of the clock. He's going to have to wait for the bomb carrier of Innocent to try and help him out. And Clocku, well, 29 HP, solo mid lurk, not really going to generate much.
Oh, I guess caught looking the wrong way as Olymp takes him. Further utility will try and block in the CT, or blocking the T side access, I should say. No real way to work a rotation. It's got to be the big commitment. Oh, that Molotov missing is not going to help the situation either. Stalling Friend out from the cave access. Looks like they're going to save their weapons. No real choice in the matter, doesn't look like. And KOLESIE got away with quite a steal in the previous. It's a very underwhelming follow-up. Response from ESC to get right back on track.
And this series is going to be personal for both Spiro's the head coach of KOLESIE and also Innocent, because they both played under the ESC organization over 10 years ago. It's great to see that a historic name that was at one of the very first majors in CSGO is still here and still generating, let's say, money into the project. Yeah, you're going to have different ownership as time goes on, but it's nice to see that those names and those brands could live on just like Eyeballers is doing today. 5-3, KOLESIE find themselves in a bit of an awkward economy state here. You can get a rebuy forward, but when you go and win, let's say the gimmick rounds where you're winning against the limited buys, but then maybe not following up on the gun rounds, doesn't feel great for the confidence.
We've got 2 rounds to go right now on the ESC side. Instantly, Clockq's going to start off on Olymp towards the mid-access. Oh, that flashbang should have caught Innocent dead to rights, but at 5 HP, he lands a headshot whilst blinded. Ryko starts charging up towards the shelf, trying to get a kill back in, but he doesn't hold on for long. Badgeby one trade back on Blaney to 4-on-2 instantly for the KOLESIE side.
And Badgeby just knows they're going to pack and group, so I need to try and reposition out. I need to try and look something towards mid. Now, it could be that he gets 2 kills here in the red room. Both of these guys are very low HP.
Innocent on 5, Clockq on 16. Reverse crossfire as well, so one man will go down, the other will have to adjust. Ideally, they get out of this position without facing Badgeby, without him taking a swing. My man will make some noise to try and indicate some sort of take of the donut access towards the A-bomb site. He's pretty left open though, so that'll be the easiest and best call to make right now for the T-side line. Badgemy going to get checked on, and he gets that kill onto KOLESIE rather quickly.
Badgemy can get back out to the bomb site, but he knows it could be compromised already. Friend, who's yet to get a kill, is posted on the angle.
Flash does nothing to him as well. Too shallow. Lands a shot. Badgemy falls. Samey's got to fall back, and they'll know that he was out there back of spawn. The hunt will come in from Innocent. Might hear his footsteps. Might take him down. AWP watching from main. Watching towards Donut. But will be exposed. The AK spray doesn't quite catch him. Samey's low. And now he's dead. All 5 down on ESC. KOLESIE going back and forth, blow for blow once again.
And for ESC, they don't have a great HLTV track record of best of ones this year. They've won 6 of them, but fingers crossed, Minlate, the Finns of SinQ, CS Walkers, who I've never heard of, Qual 4 that we mentioned in the first round, and then Carato Spain. And we're talking about teams that aren't even in Tier 2. So this would be quite a scalp if they're able to pull off the win today. We're going back and forth. We're definitely getting a competitive best of one.
Indeed we are. Game on all the way. ESC. Starting advantage here in this round. Samey will take down Friend. KOLESIE lean in towards that A-bomb site via main. Waiting for more contact. Molotov's going to try and force the ban back. M4 to fight well for Olymp. Will take a secondary kill. Same with the double up. Leans in with the triple major. Seeing that player escape to the corner. M4 of Olymp does get caught exposed in the open as he swings out wide. The damage compounding innocently exists. They'll leave them in a very weakened 4v2. Making it 1 now. Exists with no chance. Excellent work from Samey on the defense.
Exists. He's just getting bottlenecked in completely. Can't go A, can't go back to elbow. And ESC, well, that might be the most devastating round in the entirety of the first half because you ruin the economy of the opposition. You set yourself up for the 8-4. What a great hold.
Indeed it was. Excellent stuff from the AWP, the CT side, ESC. Now take minimum 6 as a result here. KOLESIE could be down 4-8 at the turn of the half with the buy stay that they've got right now. Feels like they're going into round 12 trying to look for an investment. A hero AK on KOLESIE, challenging the AK saved in by Badgemy. Ryko's M4 utility support. He's going to try and bear them down over towards this ramp entrance and the lane access for so many T-side players. Gets nothing out. The same shot missed out this time. KOLESIE with the kill. A double up the hero AK. Coming a hero of his own right. Badgemy backline. Olymp challenging. Badgemy will get 2 on the lineup as Innocent exists. Both fall. M4 recovered by Blaney. Needs to get a kill in. Friend Tech9 turns it into a 1v2. Moonwalk now pressured. AWP's been recovered. And Bomb will try to commit towards the default plant position. Delaney, is he going to check for his man? Yes, he will. Get the headshot just to close it out. And make sure KOLESIE stay within an even half.
What a strange round. And I think what we're noticing is how many, let's say, limited investment rounds are actually being wins. We've had quite a few from KOLESIE in this first half. Saw it previously when they worked out towards the A-bomb site. We're seeing it here on the hero. Not many upgrades, but very dangerous. I don't know what to think about that. I think we're seeing a lot more from ESC in gun v gun rounds, but I mean the scoreline still indicates there's not been much between the two teams.
Indeed. Shots on Friend, doubling up. Excellent work for his own AWP now, pulling off a samey start of sequence. Olymp and Moonwalk are the victims, and while Badgemy, Ryko, and Samey have very little available to them now. First 30 seconds, they're in a 3-on-5 in this round. At least they got a bit more emphasis towards that B-bomb side, which is where KOLESIE are leaning in at the moment. I'll cut those rotations off from the shelf access. Oh, Blaney did not see the boost, but he heard the footsteps. He knows that there was activity there.
Ryko still trying to press because they know they need kills. In a 3v5, you can't just sit back.
2 great kills coming out of Ryko in that one. Excellent shot to the second player as well. Third man, not so much. Exist takes him back. He's low HP though. Badgemy can take another trade now revealing himself towards the cave entrance. Now the AWP will get towards the center of the bomb site. Exist going to check him. Oh, missed shot from Sammy. Major's crossing around right here. Badgeby is also low HP compared. Bomb will now commit. Footsteps were heard. Bomb will be planted safely. Has to be able to out, go wide. Get Exist. Double up, not secured. Friend will take him back, and KOLESIE will equalize to half at the turn of their T side.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Oh, we have been partial to our blowout so far in our coverage of Conquest of Prague, Dwag, but I think for once we actually get a real competitive affair. 6 apiece for ESC and KOLESIE. Individual brilliance, excellent moments, and a matchup to be remembered here between two Polish sides that are desperate and hungry for a 2-0 record here in the Swiss stage.
And even reflecting on that first half, it has to be said that Sammy was pretty rubbish. Yeah, he may have had a really good sequence in round 10 where he got, the triple kill defending A with the AWP. A lot of whiff shots from him, and that is a worrying sign moving into the second half.
Going to prove his hunger here and now. Got Q on the defensive line for KOLESIE as Innocent to peek off of his contact, take down Raiko in the pistol round. Kick things off well enough for KOLESIE's part. ESC going to slow walk their way in towards mid. Got Friend, Blaney, and Exist on to receive them over at Donut. He's just playing double duty to watch out main entrance right now on the A defense. A lot of emphasis on Friend as that first contact though. USP on the corner, shots missing out. Olymp can take him down. Blaney gonna play distraction with Exist involvement. Gets that kill in for both of those players. Drop that bomb. Look for the third man. Blaney lands a double. And Exist looking for a double of his own. Backups on the way in. Moonwalks alone. 1v4. KOLESIE have cleaned house against all of ESC. Just to finish off the job against the last man, it will be a pistol win for them once again.
A very good setup out there from Donut. Very good setup in from Cave that wasn't even required, right? With the Julie that was sitting there on the ledge with Innocent further back. That's a good little bait to draw them in. They also have the exact same thing that's going on in the Donut entrance. ESC, just too many players. Sharp shooting coming through from Blaney.
There's 2 for 2 for pistols in KOLESIE's record here. Excellent work on their own part. ESC going to get put on the back foot. Thankfully, the even half advantage means that we'll have a little bit of buffer room for themselves. Clutchain kick things off well enough onto Moonwalk. Innocent will start moving up of his own right and will find Raiko. So 5 on 3. Damage against those 2 CT players, but shouldn't really amount to a casualty here, assuming that Friend can hold his nerve confidently on the A site. Indeed, he will. Samy's got no further chance to do anything more.
ESC are going to be really locked in come this first gun round. Bit disappointing to get the dinks off and not the kills. I know that it was a limited eco and there was only, Tet 9, P250, no armor, no util. But even still, you do want at least some of these players to be dropping 2 rounds the difference. KOLESIE know, win this first gun round, go up 10-6, put pressure on the Poles.
14 rounds deep, and KOLESIE trying to pull ahead of ESC. Not a lot of damage being done this time, so no early resets on the part of the T side. How quickly Innocent's going to be facing aggression. Utility being sent in by the ESC camp. Innocent, the first man in. Players behind him over at Donut will now have to try and strike Exist. Notice that Ryko's been tagged up by the MP7 close range friends, turned away from the shell position at the wrong moment because Badgme and Co were walking through that smoke. Exist just missed the timing as well towards the player at red. And Ryko's going to take all this A space. The same he finds Clutchain. And this round is slowly but surely coming apart for them. Badgme does get jumping that bomb, so he's just going to try and resist as best he can. Low HP for Ryko, doesn't go down. Now Belaney, too far away to do much of any worth here. This will be a round for ESC.
Very lurkish round from ESC. I know that there was a bit of a weird timing out there in Shelf with the back turned, but they were walking Red Room. They were walking A. I mean, they had two players completely out on the A bomb site before the Donut individual could even strike. Maybe gives you an idea on how they want to play come this second half, take a lot of contact, a lot of solo walks. KOLESIE just got owned in that one, losing so many fights everywhere.
ESC. Now within one of the KOLESIE board. Very confident round posted up by themselves. And their fellow poles on the other side of the board. Extra rifle firepower involved in the AWP. A friend, of course, rebuy for KOLESIE. Plot cute, early aggression, going to try and fight here Ryko, but doesn't get the kill for it. AK goes one better with a simple headshot. Advantage for ESC. Players in towards mid-access will now be pressured. And potentially two T-type players. This just backs off towards Red Room, all the way back towards spawn. Meanwhile, there's a surge that comes in from ESC elsewhere. They get out stacking over on the B bomb site because they don't really have a choice at KOLESIE.
Olim's just won this round already. Anytime Alert can come out towards a bomb site and clear open space, you bring that bomb over. Olim's activation, though, might still want them not to end B, but to get the bomb down on A and look for exits. I think right here, with the scoreline only being a difference of 1, you want to hunt these CTs down. You do not want them saving 3 alive.
Right, can the economy stay like you did in the early half of the first? Early game economy was how ESC charged into the lead in the first place. Work for KOLESIE to try and bring it back from the brink. Our friend will reveal himself by taking out Badgme with that peek in towards the B doorway. Belaney, in the meantime, is going to catch a flank back onto Olim, so we'll reduce one of the potential hunters. Wary of other ones inbound, though. May have seen a second body back there towards the cave entrance at Cheetah. See one over on the bomb site itself. AWP is watching out from the B door. Shots missing out. Ryko will connect to the back of the head of Belaney. Now friend will have to try and hide. As will Innocent. Both players will hold on to a couple of rifles. The tiny amount of reserve cash, if they do buy here, it will be a force for the other 3.
And it is a huge underperformance from both of the AWPers. You look back at that last series and Marcos was demonstrating a very good level. Acor also looked quite good. You come into Ancient, it's just rifle heavy. It's been mainly the AKs and the M4s to warrant success. ESC get themselves another to tie up at 8 apiece. And if you are Friend and you are Innocent, you've got to be quite aggressive in this round. You need to strike with kills.
What they'll attempt to do. Open M4 involved the pistol players out on KOLESIE. Exist on the powerful tree position. We've talked about this position before. With Belaney behind him, with the second player there as well. Shadow seen, knows that there's presence out here. Flashbang sent, Exist will get that kill. Back away, second man, unexpected. PLAYzone can strike down as well. Lean in for a double up kills, return back from Moonwalk and Sammy. Eventually get the man advantage back. Now it's Innocent's turn to try and take a steal together. Smokes ahead of his position though, block his vision, block his access. The AWP also rotating up from the back and mid. Innocent gonna walk forward to that smoke, get caught by Badgeby in the corner. And the HE, a friend, can't reveal a thing. He's gonna have to fall back and save once again. Is ESC are taking the lead back.
Well, that's a real shame. You know, Jay, how much I love that tree angle. I can't remember the last time I saw a double tree set up. That is not seen. That's very uncommon. And it was a gimmick that worked out so nicely. It's just that nobody else chipped in. Nobody else on that crossfire outside of those two guys were putting up damage. That was so stealable. Oh, that might actually cost them this best of one. I know that it's only an eco, and they're going to have a buy in the next, but that was a really good opportunity not being taken.
I mean, in this kind of context, every little helps. Kicking yourselves if you're PLAYzone and Exist, knowing that, man, if only we hit one more head, if only we got one more casualty, maybe if we were the ones to make the difference, taking the pressure off our teammates, and then we could have had this, but I have to think of it like it was an eco, because it was just pistols for those three. The M4 dropping will get reinvested. The AWP staying in for Friend will definitely be a holdover for the next round, and he got a number of casualties out of it as well. So savings will be a little bit lighter here for ESC. And we're quickly charging in. It's going to be a straight up B rush out of them. M4 stands for PLAYzone to spray down the first of Olymp. Flashbang support. Innocent's also got utility of his own right. M4 engage. Samy's going to get caught for it. 3 men standing on ESC's part. KOLESIE. So many more CTs flood the bomb site. Innocent goes down. PLAYzone continues to strike. And Exist will take that last player out. And that is a much better defensive hold. KOLESIE with 4 alive in this one. And 9 apiece on the board. Not letting ESC get away so easy.
And I don't mind that call at all. In fact, I quite like that call from Olymp. They recognize that the CT economy is not ideal, so they're probably not going to have a huge amount of anti-rush util. There was not a HE to go down there towards ramp. It was only the incendiary and the passive hold. So it's the right call. It's just that you've been hit against a very good counter setup. PLAYzone putting up good damage before he even gets drawn in. And then from there, the flashes just come in very quickly from the Red Room rotators. That's a solid round, a good one from KOLESIE.
The Cypher sore eyes, not just in this match, but in general across the day. I've seen very few tactical pauses coming in. ESC just used their first one here and now, knowing that they had a pretty brilliant recovery to that previous eco, but got shut down by the rifles, and they have to make sure that's not a sign of the rest of this match to come. KOLESIE. Look at the number of AKs they've got on the CT side right here. That's the big threat that ESC are going to need to deal with in this kind of a forced buy round. Mentioned the lightness of the economy state. The AWP can still come in from Sammy, the AK for Olymp as well, but Mac 10, Tech 9, Galil, it's not great. Try to take some of those AKs out of CT hands here.
But they need Sammy to work a pick. That's why the AWP is boosted up out and towards the box. Now Ryko is also trying to scale. They're going to push on this.
Smoke's coming in towards the ramp entrance. PLAYzone is going to get set towards long. Will Exist to support him also towards short. Innocent watching the cave entrance. And use Molotovs on the T side to try to drive these players out. Innocent, ooh. Forced to use that smoke in the end. The HEs will try and clear the space. Will not do the damage towards him. Movement with a quick spray through, a quick adjustment back. The M4 does get revealed by the smoke and will get caught by Olymp's casualty. The spray blinded by the man. Exist also will get revealed there towards the cave entrance, but no kills going to return here for KOLESIE.
PLAYzone wants to try and fight against these cave players. The timing's too good with the util though.
Smoke's to drive him back. His blind spray is desperate. Spam kill does come in from Clutchain though. Ryko down. 4-on-4 scenario. Bomb plant secured. Retake up for the KOLESIE boys. They've got 3 kits in play. That won't be a concern on time. Still got one man in red that's watching out for a mid flank. If he's going to go flank, he's going to have to go for it right now, but instead he joins his teammates. They're all going to move in from long and short.
And the incendiary is just forcing them in the open, but Badgeby still strikes.
Clutchain taking a TK in that one, leaving Friend with a responsive back. That's 3 on the trot to go the way of the T-side line. Caused by KOLESIE players, but still leaving this round for dead. Friend's 1 casualty there. Will just be an exit to stay alive. Because ESC are back in control once again. The AWP will be invaluable to KOLESIE because the Bi-State be weakened in areas, need drop weapons, need to get clock queue up. KOLESIE can run it back.
And this is now just going to be the battle of the in-game leaders. Olymp and Innocent, the two callers of the sides, they even once played together on Rebels from March to December of 2024. They reached the semi-finals of an ESL Challenger Melbourne event. They attended the Perfect World Shanghai EURMR. And now they're just tactically trying to outclass one another. I think that's a really good sight hit from ESC. Good util placement of the smokes, the timings on the flashes. We just keep going back and forth. We're not getting long round streaks from either team.
A quick swing forward from the likes of KlockU getting involved early on Moonwalk's casualty. Innocent can train him back rather quickly as that Mag-10 able to deal with the pressure, but only for a moment's respite. Exist can hear them rotating and jumping. Innocent's going to see nothing out towards Shelf. No contact from the player on the backside either. ESC off that default will fall away, try a different tactic because they've got tagged up players. Olymp on less than half, Ryko on 10. AWP is Samey watching for Exist. He'll get out of dodge and just gets him as the smoke starts to clear. Back towards Red Room, he tries to escape. T-side swing almost catches him on the reload. Exist gets away to harder cover just in time. Has backup with him as well with the flash peek, swing in, kill on Olymp. Badge be caught by the AWP. And it's a dismantling one from KOLESIE this time.
A very clever reposition there from Exist. Realizes I need to back up here, but I need to be ready for a fight. And then even when he gets caught on the edge there of the Red Room, he doesn't just overpeak straight away. He waits for rotations, waits for that flash from Innocent, can dual peek with the teammate behind him. And man, we have got another tight round.
And a tight game as well. No clear and obvious favourite at this stage. No clear and obvious favourite coming into the matchup. ESC, broken investment state. Can they get a steal? Not this time. Not against Exist. Straight up sprays through on two individual fights out towards the mid position. Meanwhile, two men walking out towards A main where the AWP is in receival. Friend will land on Ryko. Moonwalk's got to fall back. That's why literally Moonwalk his way out of the bomb site. 25 seconds in, ESC are down to two men. And surely from here, there's no way back. The lead should be taken by KOLESIE. That will break the backs of the economy because this was a force buy from ESC. And that could and should lead them to match point.
I think it's all wrapped up now. What a shame. This has been a really good T-side as well from ESC. They lost Pistol, lost Anti-Eco, and then won, 4 out of 5 rounds in a row. They put up some very good offenses, some very good util sets, and now they've come into a force buy where they've just been shredded. Innocent shouldn't even fall to these two players coming out from the doors. They can get a smoke down, but you've still got Exist on the bomb side. They should not be able to get a plant here.
Well, they may well do so with Moonwell finding the one pick back on Exist, but it's still going to go in for another kill actually on Blaney. No triples allowed. KlockU shuts him down. The bomb plant bonus will be denied even in this context. Saw the $1,900 a loss kicking in for the T-side line. Not enough to go for a true investment. We're highly doubtful of a force buy at this stage. It's still worth it to try go for the overtime run in. It's only a couple of rounds to the good. So yeah, upgrade on Olymp. The Eagle also for Moonwalk there. If you get a steal, that'd be great, but we're playing for the rifles and the overtime potential. M4 for Exist going to charge in, and now the confidence is fully on the KOLESIE board.
KOLESIE fighting very aggressively out towards mid and lane, and it's just giving all of these lurkers on the eco nothing. AWP doesn't even get baited out, so 2 more kills and you get up towards 12. KOLESIE about to be able to beat both Young Ninjas and ESC in back-to-back Ancient games.
The Young Ninjas came easy, ESC. Not so much. Indeed, it does seem to be a victory for themselves. Slightly awkward there from Innocent on the last 2 duels, but he gets them. 4-5 alive, 2 AKs to play with as well for the CT side. Firepower aplenty. We are on match point for the KOLESIE side. 2 of them to close, 1 required. ESC need both to take us to OT.
ESC are probably going to have to look at someone like an Olim to just generate a bit of a threat. I mean, I know that he's only down on a Galil, but he's kind of been their X-Factor player across the first half and the second. Opening util, the anti-rush, trying to catch the CTs going aggressive towards elbow, but there's just nothing here.
The tiny amount of utility to get into the bomb site with. Smoke start coming in. Innocent turned away from the cave entrance, or smoke off the ramp. Back turn towards the likes of Badgeby. Indeed, his distraction pulled away. Gives the kill over towards the T side line. Blind sprays of Belaney, hoping for a spam kill, but nothing presenting. CT's going to back up and look to save onto these weapons, I believe. Might look for exits, but even that seems to be a question mark here. Locked out of B with only 1 player to defend it, so KOLESIE play all 24 rounds of regulation. Olin will go down towards 1 more pick back. They are leaning up close here with 20 seconds to this bomb going up. I don't think they're really going to hold it. Moonwalk gets legged out, actually. Back up to the bomb site. Belaney's going to start searching. It's going to be a manic attempt. Last second moment. Moonwalk going to try and shut it down. I think he might have been successful in that regard. Clock you with 2, down near 3. AK of Ryko engages and Sammy comes up as well. And they lose all those guns. They got cash in the bank. Thought they were going to save it. It seemed like it was a pretty done deal from there, but they tried a Hail Mary at the last second. Didn't work for them. And we go the distance here.
Well, they didn't try Hail Mary. What they tried to do is keep the round as expensive as possible. There's no point ever saving. Players are on 10k. So what are you going to get out of it? Nothing. You're going to get the exact same buy state minus 1 AK. What they're trying to do here is drop as many T players as possible, because the more you drop, the more Galils are in play in the next round. That's why they came late. Now, unfortunately, it was only 2 alive rather than less. So there's only 1 Galil in action in round 24.
Badgeby, that man. AK seen by Exist, pushing through that smoke over at the lane. Olin will take down Clock Q. Exist going to try and push forward that smoke, but Moonwalk's watching it and will find a responsive frag. A 2-for-1 trade favouring the ESC board. Friend trying to reposition. Engagement's looking to extend from Innocent. I don't know if they're going to be wary of this here on the T side line. A will be that final target. Friend's going to have to reposition the watch for it. He's smoked off from that CT entryway as he looks towards middle, see nothing of any worth. Man down on a retake for KOLESIE. ESC. Up to reveal, shot to land. Samy's going to drop. And now the retake commences on even footing.
This backstab could look promising. This could be the defining kill to close it out.
Badgeby's going to check it. Back's turn at the wrong moment. Thought Innocent with the spray. But he stabilised in the end. Olim comes back at CT spawn. Belaney going to multiple play from the back of the donut entrance, and the kill will go his way. Olim alone to Clutchain, keep ESC alive here in the matchup in the Polish derby. He's being baited, he's being faced. He lands the head! And the tap to the second man that takes us the distance. We're off to our second overtime in the Conquest of Prague.
There we go. In-game leader of Olim getting it done. And you can see what the CTs are trying to do in that 2v1. They're not giving him individual fights. They've seen him on the jump spot. They know that he's reverse default. They're trying to play together, but Olim's reposition was so good. You've got to hit them immediately, and he's just bursted really tight with that AK. Oh, that's a lovely sequence. One of the best clutches you're going to see all day.
Without him, we'd be done. Because even he brought it back from the deficit that ESC were at in that early stage of the post plant. And indeed, we're off to overtime. Only seen one other between Young Ninjas and Trick during the low matches in round 2. Now between KOLESIE and ESC, what a way to get involved in the Polish derby. Belaney has struck first in overtime. Ryko, first man down. Clock Q taking damage in mid. Olim tries to finish off the job that he's starting. Clock Q instead blind sprays against his teammate, keeping Moonwalk even lower, and revealed to Innocent will take him down.
Just spamming through that smoke. Badgeby's going to try and take space out here on B. And what a change of how that last round went down, how it was quite back and forth with the trades, came into a 1vx. then we go into the next, and KOLESIE have just, well, not even come close to losing a death.
It's characteristic of this game right here, isn't it? Confidence and closeness has been defining of both these sides in these individual rounds. Sammy, desperate to get one pick out of this one. We'll find Innocent, but exists. They'll take him back immediately. It's 2 saved AK to the CT side. Firepower plenty. ESC back on the back foot. And the CTs are up once again.
You can just feel the importance on winning this best of one, going 2-0 and getting yourself as close towards the land as possible.
Yeah.
Moonwalk, trying to play anti-flash, expecting aggression to come from mid, and it is arriving.
You mentioned the personal nature of this matchup with the players involved, the interconnections of the Polish scene. The macro to the micro, this one is important. Bajmi finds a shot onto Friend, kicks things off over towards this ramp entrance in the long angle towards the B bomb side. Belaney, meanwhile, over at A. Moves Mom from main. Sammy, AWP can't find a response.
Sammy is hoping that he can trap in a bit of an anchor. Moonwalk is hoping that he can activate late. It's going to be an A lane, but if the CT's clear red room, Moonwalk might not even be able to find one.
Shadow will be seen. They check it. They wide swing. They get the kill. Advantage taken. AWP doesn't have another shot back. AWP can only support the bomb for so much. Low HP. The smoke's in the way of Olim to ensure it doesn't get spammed down, but clock you close to sight. Can't adjust. Olim. Headshot taken. M4 burst to Belaney. Desperate to get something. He does find his man in the end. Sammy close quarters against another man over at Temple. Scopes heard. Leans back in towards sight. Shot doesn't even connect. Belaney with a white face. Badge with the trade. Can't transfer it for the full-on kill on Innocent. And the defuse will come in again for KOLESIE's 14th.
Just not good enough there from Sammy. You're on 10 kills going into the second round of OT. First one is just a sit-up. Second one's more difficult. And people will remember, Sammy got to play on that Sangul roster, right? Where that core of, what, Nilo and Youngster and LNZ, they all went over towards Heroic, and he was the one basically left to side. Played on some very good teams, played with some very good teammates. But yeah, right now, in a critical matchup, he is underperforming.
No doubt about it. And continuing to do so right here. 12 down, up for ESC. It's 2 men to the good on the part of KOLESIE. The AK exists. Not quite ready for the boost up coming in towards elbow. He goes down at Olim, so that's another starting advantage for ESC. It was traded fast in the last round. Innocent may get 2 round the corner. Peek in, caught, but a flashbang spray only goes so far as the first player. Ryko fast to trade it back as a 4-on-2 overall. This one's falling apart this time for the KOLESIE board.
Moonwalk's gonna get a freebie out here from mid. I'm surprised he even gets a dink off. And we've kind of felt in overtime a lot of the gun rounds being quite close with, let's say, the trades and even the retakes and post plants. Since we've come into overtime, there's been some slapping rounds, isn't there? There's been ones of mass players staying alive.
This will be a hell of a retake if Friend can make it happen. 1v4. First man down, second and third inside a cave, fourth out of ramp. Friend has no info though. HE against Moonwalk. A little bit far off kilter. Firing wildly, firing blindly, finally revealing one player, but ESC know they've won this one. Time is too far ticked, headshot will get gained. We'll not see another match point for KOLESIE just yet. 14-13 to their favor instead.
And there's just a part of you that maybe there's a bit of belief for ESC that if they're going to close this out, if they are going to be able to win in OT, then Olymp's going to just deliver. I mean, when you win a 1v2 like that, to force it into overtime, there's got to be some more happening. 1 round the difference. At least it's not that death wish of the 3-0.
Mm. And how tightly packed this matchup has been. I don't think you ever want to be outside of the 3-round range difference. Olin quickly in for ESC out towards main. Is he ready for this? Exist certainly is. Swings up towards the man. Fast plays in towards main. Even through the fire and the flames they go. Exist and Clock you with 2 more picks, but Moonwalk from beyond the smoke takes 2 back. 3 on 3. Exist about to face him, and the M4 locks in a triple. Gets out of dodge. His friend and Innocent are left to pick up the pieces of the rush tactic that did not work for KOLESIE entirely. Round still on. Bomb tapped once, trying to bait in more shots. Badby nearly gives himself up. At least reveals his position. Innocent with the Molotov. Forced to utilize that smoke. Badby will provide some cover. The bomb's going to escape and try and exit. Friend's going to try and keep him in the A-bomb site. B may have to be the play in the long term.
Nah, there's no way they're going to go B. They will go A here. They're just waiting. They're waiting for a reposition. A friend is hoping, and he's scaling just on the edge of Brokey. He's looking out here to Temple. He's looking into Donut. The problem that the CTs are offering is no one's committing to a fight, are they? No one's retaking space.
Friend is trying to search. He needs to search. He needs to find something with that search. Innocent's going to put that smoke down. Over at CT, Moonwalk peeks before it blooms and finds his AWP. Innocent doesn't even catch them, doesn't even catch vision onto them. It's just spam kills from ESC. Moonwalk with a quadra overall in the round. The 14 apiece, all evened up. Next one for match point.
What a round from Moonwalk. Just when it looked as if the round was probably finished by that double entry. And I'm trying to think back to when Moonwalk had his last, let's say, heroic moment or a big X factor. That was that MP9 round that he had on the B bomb site in regulation, didn't he? Where he swung out from back default, in from cave, got I think, a quadra. Very good hold to make it 14-14.
Tensions towards main. Olymp in the corner. Is he going to get checked? Yes, he is, but he still gets a kill out of it. Innocent to train him back. Damage been on a half HP. Sammy now aggressive holding in from the main entrance. He'll fall away, or see the T's falling away, rather. Innocent will try and make some noise, though. AWP's going to catch him. Straight shot. Man advantage regained by ESC once again. And KOLESIE, leaving that man all on his own, can't get the trade so easily, can't get the trade so quickly. Aggressing back in mid, looking towards the shelf. Towards that B-bomb site. Raiko, one of 2 men on the crossfire, the reverse crossfire here at the cheetah entrance. Kill found the first. AWP takes back the second. Is he ready for Badgeby, though? Utility will try to force him out of position. No, he checks that corner and Badgeby takes him. Bomb drop. Belaney, 1v3 now.
He just knew with that setup it had to be double cave. There's no way you play someone on an off angle on the back wall unless there's 2 there. Just didn't quite have the 50-50 in his direction, and Moonwalk closes. KOLESIE are in a position now where ESC might just take it. 12-10 up, 2 series points in the best of ones. And now you go over towards ESC and just think, if we close that 2v1 against Olymp out on A, if we closed it right there, is that it gone? Is that our chances?
Odds were in your favor in that context. You had the man advantage. It's slipping out of their grasp with AKs available to the ESC side. KOLESIE find a pick early. Belaney's going to try and find one of them. So that smoke. Look at Olymp and the surge. Innocent's ready for him though. Doesn't get the fight. Had to jump on him and everything, but the spray was off so far. And now ESC are up a man.
That's probably the kill that ends it all. I can't believe Olymp's been able to win that. And now it's not only the 5v4, but it's the info. The extremity player has cleared out all of A main, so you play 3 players on the B bomb site, and 2 of them have got AKs. This is a really dangerous crossfire.
Fighter sprays, Belaney will take down Raiko, doubling up for Clock you. Entries are KOLESIE, going to try and cling on to their life. Bomb plant. Down to default. Nowhere else to reasonably go towards here. Samy's AWP. Leaning into support, Moonwalk. You've got Olymp coming in from the short axis. Moonwalk with a kill. 2 come back from Clock you and friend. Sammy with 1 pick. Needs 3 in a 1v3. Well, the first, not that second. Third man not acting. He will do now, and we play on.
But Badgeby's just full trolled. I don't know what he's doing. I think the setup's fine with the two players smoked off long and short of just leaving Ryko in the bomb site. You were playing 3B. He's on an off-angle top ramp. That's okay. Look at what happens between Badgeby and Moonwalk. Rather than the two of them swinging wide through that long smoke, Badgeby goes through and Moonwalk doesn't. I mean, that's just miscoordination completely. There's no way you could be making a solo move like that, especially at 15-14.
Should have been ESC's. But once again, by hook or by crook, KOLESIE stay in this matchup. Bren does not stay in this round, though, instantly taken out by Sammy to kick things off in second overtime. Polish derby indeed delivering here in the Conquest of Prague. PLAYzone walking in, Sammy's tunnel vision. Kill gets found. PLAYzone can't get escape, however. Ryko catches him on aim punch. Able to grab the kill with the smoke fading. Moonwalk gets out of the eye of the T-side swing. Ryko doesn't do, though. Gets greedy, gets overly aggressive, and does take Exist down, but loses his life in the process.
It looked really promising with that setup. All of that pressure towards elbow, the distraction in the play on the swing, but it might just be a return, especially now that the bomb carrier has been seen. Now, this is going to be a fake. This attention can get drawn back over. That bomb should probably go shelf towards Donut on an A-split.
Either Moonwalk or Olymp are gathering any information here. They're not hearing any footsteps. Utility sent towards mid, though. Will telegraph that there's something larger at play. Now Moonwalk's up the task. Two men round the corner. Low HP for the first. Exist or drop. Second man staggered beyond the back of the Donut. Teammate coming in from main as well. Moonwalk still looking to challenge back. Innocent engaged. Clock is fallen. He's all alone now. And he'll fall alone. ESC back in the lead.
Just so unorthodox to be dropping that molly as well for Moonwalk. Anyone will tell you, when you're close range in a duel, it's better to have your gun up. The last thing you want is to be caught with you two, and then the swing comes forward. But he gives himself a molly to the right-hand side to strafe towards the left. Well, we're talking about narrow margins. I thought that kill was the ticket. I thought Innocent as the bomb carrier in there from Cave dealing with the B individual was going to be it. Not to be. ESC strike.
Can never truly get a read on which way this match is going. Both sides delivering. Right now, in the last handful of rounds, ESC are coming out on top. And lead gets regained for themselves. KOLESIE forced to play on, forced to carry on. And play from a back foot too. One round out of this half at least, maintain some sort of even stance. Continue to keep this competitive because that's what it's been so far, and it might have to be. They want to maintain over their Polish opponents.
ESC and KOLESIE are going right at one another, and I'm sure whoever reaches them in that 2-0 game, that best of three, they'll be looking back at the Ancient, trying to think, is there anything of weakness? The lack of AWPing success, perhaps, for both Friend and Sammy, is that an exploitation? There has been moments where it's looked like KOLESIE were going to take this game. There's been a few times where ESC were probably in that driving position, but yet the game still plays on.
After out flashes in, no one's seen the CT side. Moonwalk can get some vision and find Clock You. Exist trades it. Olymp involved with Utility to try and force that play away from Tetris. Exist still looking for his kill. No, Ryko comes up with a double. And that reduces them to two men on the KOLESIE side. Friend and Innocent playing together beyond the B door. Unknown, unrecognized, without any noise being made, no info given up. But still being accounted for here towards that B-bomb site. It's the one area hasn't been challenged by the CT forces. Orp now seeing the shoulder, but Innocent gets that headshot. Sammy revealed. Ryko goes down, and Badgeby's also picked up. Okay, Innocent's become a hero. Bomb plant now secured. Olymp hears him coming. Flashbang turned away from Innocent. Will not check for it, but the Molotov will drive Olymp back. into a fight. He tries to go, but doesn't get much for it. Innocent falls away.
Watch out for this HE timing. It should be thrown once the molly goes.
Lands off the wall, though. Backed up towards the cave entrance. Not intentional. It keeps Innocent tagged up a little bit more so, though. Olymp, HP advantage over both. 15 seconds. Kit's on him. Check the back sight. Check the cave. Running out of time. Taps it once. Forcing a fight. Friend will fall. Innocent knows he's lost this one now. Not enough time on the clock. And the hero on all virtues will save the round for KOLESIE.
What a round coming in from Innocent. And I think it's been pretty wild across this, like across both the first half and the second half of regulation, and even now coming into overtime. We've had the in-game leaders that have pulled off some pretty good clutches, right? We had the Olymp to close in reg to be able to force it towards OT. And then right here, I mean, that's a 2v4 from Innocent. There's almost nothing in that round. You're probably not even expecting to get the bomb down, let alone win it.
KOLESIE getting a starting advantage this time. Exists, takes down that opening pick, smokes in the way of the lane access, means that they can walk up towards this ramp control and into that B bomb site where only Badby defends, domed in by Clock in an instant. And Olymp caught by Friends AWP, 5 versus 2. Exists to watch for the back lines, caught by Friend instead, who's going on an AWP rampage. And the AWP at a CT side even picked up by him. Triple sequence from range as well. KOLESIE storm ahead into another lead at the turn of the OT half.
I don't know what to think, Jay. I don't know. We're getting some highlights. We're getting confidence. We're getting a lot of AKs being held on the city side in some of these previous rounds. We're now even getting Friend just delivering that out of nowhere. It might just be a game on who wins the clutches, who's demonstrating a little bit more X factor. We had some very good site execs and some, let's say, very good coordination in the first half. Now it's just turning into a bit of a highlight reel.
And Friend just added the latest clip. 17-16, KOLESIE. Looking for magic number 19. 2 more to get there. ESC within 1 of equalising the scoreline. Badby spray wildly. Gets 2 on the run-ups and everything. Running and gunning down Innocent and Clock And it just gets even wilder from here. ESC up on a 2-man advantage. Exists desperate to try and trade him, but he has no idea how close the T's are holding from.
And that flashbang was just perfect. You could see that KOLESIE wanted to take space, that they wanted to get up close and personal out there from lane, but that flashbang just caught them both completely blinded. Badby just sets up the round, and now you just pack and group. As long as you're executing the bomb site together and you're trading, it's just unwinnable for KOLESIE.
Enter into the B-bomb site where there's no one here from KOLESIE's part. Delaney smoked off. Can't see anything from the short access. Will not see any extensions from long. And lean in and try and look for something on the extremities. Exist in particular on the backstab. Oh, Sammy nearly got caught, but somehow none of those M4 bullets land against him. Nothing else presents the CTs.
One of the few times that it actually makes sense to save. I think there's been a lot of rounds where we've seen them even attempt for it, look for exits. This one here is getting some exit damage, but nothing, no threat. Badby still on the bomb site and Sammy out there from the doors. So KOLESIE don't quite push themselves towards 18. It's a 17-17 tied up score.
Grab an AK. I get a second one out of that one, but small victories here for the CT side. A little bit extra firepower when Badby did silly things like this. All squared off. You get a second AK in the end on Delaney. Bonuses available to KOLESIE's part. They need to try and find this ending moment. Don't want to let ESC get 2 more back. Led at the turn of both halves here in overtime. Allowed ESC to get to the match points. Need to get a third one of their own right here. Exist. Stand out here in the AWP position. He's tap blinding, seeing his man. Shot misses out. He's caught by the geometry, forced to utilize that smoke in the end. Blocking vision only for a moment. The orb gets turned on, meanwhile, by the players coming in from Donut. Moonwalk gets both those casualties. Exist and Trend are down. He's looking in towards mid for more contact. Delaney's next up the task as Sammy lands on Innocent in the back lanes. 2 on 4. Clock you, or just evades vision on Sammy, who gets checked from beyond that smoke. He will disappear. Moonwalk gets Blaney in the meantime. And now Clock you naded down to 10 points of health. Suppressed on vision. No chance to retake on this one. ESC are going to get to map point once again.
And that was just a moment where both of the A players let themselves down, didn't they? I know that it's all timing when you're repositioning and you're focusing Donut, you're focusing A main. When your bomb site's being hit, you have to stall for time and you've got to put kills up. They just get overwhelmed. Missed shots. And ESC get up to 18. Great round from Moonwalk. He now gets himself close towards 30, just like Olymp on 29. Or do they close now? So it's been, what, 2 match points over for KOLESIE in the first half, and then ESC have only just had 1, so this is now their second.
2 match points each. KOLESIE scored none of them. ESC could score their second to end off this game and put an end to the Polish derby, which has gotten wilder and wilder per the round. He told you it'd be this way. Promise to deliver. They're straight in towards the elbow access here. Clock Q is going to be involved towards the shelf entrance. Instead, the spray from Exist comes up. Moonwalk goes down on that boost angle. Information given over to the CT side. They use it to their name, and Clock Q gets another kill. Olymp's to fall next. ESC falling apart in the early portion of the round. Friend now on A defense, or posted to the signpost, lands on Raiko. Dips out of the way. Batchme gets caught with a double. Triple sequence. He already got 1 so far in this OT. Can he get a second? Not quite yet. Leg down, low HP. Either way, same as in a 1v5, so he won't get out of this one. And indeed, Friend's going to line up his triple. 18 apiece. We run it back.
Indeed we do. And I can only imagine that Alliance are looking at the time thinking, well, how long are we going to be delayed for? Because our game's only going to take about 15 minutes. Yeah, we'll probably still make it in time for dinner. Oh, boy. When we've not had too many competitive games across the opening stages of the best of ones, we've had a lot of blowouts, a lot of one-sided affairs. We get this one. Back and forth. Neither team can close.
Triple overtime. So many matches have been blowouts here in the Conquest of Prague. It's a nice change of pace, but you are right. I mean, it's dragging on a bit. They're pretty evened up in general here. 2 match points for both sides being gained, all of them not seized upon. And gone from a very, very down to the wire matchup to still down to the wire, but really coming down to individual moments and who succeeds in the right moments, fails in the wrong ones. ESC have definitely failed in the wrong moments thus far here when it comes to closing out the matchup, but so did KOLESIE. In regulation, a 2v1 that had they just taken simply would not have led to this. And for both these sides now, having had the opportunities that they've gained here, having had the advantages that they've had, you start looking at some of those moments and say, well, what if, right? Well, what if we had that chance? What if we had seized upon that opportunity? What if we had gained that match point? And taken this map away from our opposition, ended the Polish derby in favour, and then looked up to that 2-0 game, which is what this is all about.
And when you know that ESC have been to, what, 1 LAN this entire year, being that Roman Imperium back in March, and then you look at KOLESIE going to Park and Challenger in March, and then the Copenhagen Gaming Week in February, you think LANs don't come by often, lads. We really need to get this win. We really need to get ourselves a good seed, get in towards those playing games. This match could decide all. There's been some upsets already across teams in the 1-1 bracket, so there's some good opposition in there.
Right, an extended moment of respite for these two sides before we jump any further into this matchup. To recognize exactly how important these circumstances are for themselves and mentally prepare. KOLESIE on the CT side start for this next overtime. And how all these halves have been going down to 2-1 advantages and then converting into the 1-2s and the next ones. Maybe you do need to get like a decent 3-0 advantage for one team to try finally break the backs of the other. But who is it going to be? Who's going to step up at the right moment? Who's going to find that impact moment? It's going to be Clocky to kick things off against Moonwalk. So it might be him in his moment. Advantage taken for KOLESIE here. Not much else to receive.
Samey, thinking about getting boosted up there on the box just to try and work something out on B. Now, when you lose a pick as early as they have done in the round, it does put pressure on the default to try and work a slight mistake, work a bit of a timing. Olimp's going to start walking out from mid. There's ramp pressure, and Badgeby just gets a full spam kill.
Not the first time that's happened. I don't think it'll be the last. Will be enough to get the trade for now. 4-on-4 as a result of that. Innocent party and all this, but ultimately a victim. Players leaning forward, backstabs coming in, exists. Going to sound on Badgeby, doubling up as well. Excellent turnaround towards Raiko's position. Meanwhile, Olim's have to close in the backline pincers. Rotations could get cut off, but a bomb's been dropped there towards the ramp entrance. Samey's AWP. Back we turn towards 1 CT, and Friend just catches him from close quarters combat. Olim will get down exist. But now that they know they're just towards lane, they can cover off the bomb from all positions and all attacking routes. Olymp. Seen the pouch, the one man, I think he might have just done. He's grabbed that bomb, tried to escape with it, not going to happen. Clocks him, and KOLESIE back up.
Friend, I was going to say, didn't upgrade that AWP to an AK. I was waiting for him to go and do it, and he just about does in the end. It's always what you want to be doing as an AWP at OT. You've got the money, save the 3 T weapons, and then just reinvest the sniper. Just the off angle on the B players. That's a serious turnaround from Exist as well, especially when you're on 11 HP. If you're on 100, you can expect to get that kill. But when you're doing near, what, 270 degrees, and you still get away with it, very well done.
Oh, what a spray from Clocky to kick things off once again. HE to reveal that smoke, could barely see Badgeby, but he caught him in the end. Delaney going to walk forward to the ramp smoke, though. Over fighting from KOLESIE going to cost him that man advantage. Innocent now, pressured and nearly alone on the bomb site. Raiko coming up to close range, but smoke's in the way. The cave entrance will block that vision. Moonwalk swings up and straight up takes down Exist. Advantage for ESC once again. The bomb's been left back out towards the B door, however. Trade potential in KOLESIE, but they haven't extended to try and catch them off towards the lane entrance. Holding passive angles to the CT side. Unsure if there's a B play in mind, but utility down, the footsteps being heard, the bomb plant confirmed it, so Friend will try and rotate back in. They're down a man still here.
Well, Friend is expecting alert to come in from somewhere because it took just so long for that bomb to go down. So where is that extremity player? The problem is there isn't one. Everyone's on the bomb site.
Moonwalk Shadow just revealed his position, but Innocent got no damage against the man. Only swing back towards Friend, the backline's covered. Second man swung upon, tertiary kill not quite allowed. But Clock using a 1v4 for the ace clutch, not going to happen. Never in a million years. ESC back to 19.
And I think Delaney just got caught in the flow state. It's one of those moments where an overpick just cost the team completely. It's a really good 5v4. He re-aggresses, closes his life, and then the bomb site just gets taken with ease. It's always stressing when you go into games that have overtimes, even doubles, sometimes even triples. The players are just going to make mistakes.
And those discrepancies could be decisive. Still, any man's game. Samey Boosted up with AWP to watch out from the ramp entrance towards the long. Damage done to his teammates. The HE's raining down on PLAYzone. Do very little damage with 3 pieces of utilities thrown out there. 3 men on the bomb site as well. Exist and Innocent hold the crossfires. Moonwalker same and get a couple of those trades back. Exist still known here towards this wood corner. Taps to the USP, unable to get the casualties in. The flashbangs affecting Olymp as much. Keeping him blind, unable to get the kill back. Exist now reposition. M4 will hold the cave entrance at Cheetah. Drop that bomb. Now leaves Sammy alone to clutch a 1v3. On the bottom fragger for the ESC side. 16 kills, even in this overtime. KOLESIE should lock in number 20. Should take an advantage away once again. And re-extend back into the lead in overtime.
And with how this match is panning out, it almost makes you hope and believe that the playing games are just going to be sick. That with the pressure on the line and the LAN qualification, you're just going to get a really competitive affair between the two. And we have been very disappointed by some of the performances in the best of ones, but this has certainly lived up to a national derby. And there's a lot of national teams that can all face each other, right? You've got Trick, Sashi, you've got the Danes over there, you've got quite a lot of Polish teams. Just keep playing out. And I really don't know who's going to take it. I think once you get to a third overtime, you're never going to know. You're never going to get a clear answer.
No, not until you see the final round play out. You're never going to know. All we can do is sit back and let Jesus take the wheel. So far, Raiko's back in control. Clock, picked up first. PLAYzone fast to respond towards it. KOLESIE going to go quick into the B bomb site with that sequence. Bomb still staggered a little bit just in case they want to try and clear out another casualty and man advantage before it truly commits. Is up to the bomb site. Backstab's closing in the CT bases. No one's accounting for lane. That lurker from the B doors is a little bit late to the marker, so the AWP will drop. AK on site, falls towards Olymp. Triple not quite allowed. Exist gets 3 of his own. And now Moonwalk seen to the back lines, cut down by Innocent. And finally, 2 more match points for KOLESIE.
If I'm Olymp, I'm just fuming. He has just come up with one of the most miraculous flanks and put in such a shift. Not only is he being flashed, which is unfortunate, he still gets away with 2 massive kills. There's a lane lurk as well to cut Innocent coming out from the doors. His teammates let him down. Oh, this guy's doing everything!
And there was a huge exist sequence that broke the backs of the back line. You can watch it from his moment, his POV. The 2 lined up beyond that smoke and, of course, turning around to shut down Olymp. Teammates might have let him down, but it all came down to the effects of one other guy on the opposition to make it happen in the first place. Tacticals called in by ESC because they may have run out of steam. Two match points. ESC need 2 in a row.
And with Exist dropping nearly 40, I think it gives everyone at home a very good understanding to why he was picked up, why they decided that he needed to be the player to replace Sobel. What a performance. Innocent, outside of B, by himself. Everybody else not looking to elbow pop, but elbow contact.
Q swings up. Smokes immediately go down for Moonwalk, not even messing around right there. We'll get a tag off of the blind spray. I'm going to wait out towards the main entrance from the tree angle, very aggressive angle at tree. Minute to play with. KOLESIE are all grouped up looking to hit that A site, but there's still only 2 men to defend it for now.
Olymp is probably good for 1. I just don't know how much he's going to get from his teammate. I mean, this is a very strange crossfire.
Smokes and mollies up. Not being taken. Olymp sees the shadow, dives in, gets PLAYzone, can't transition to the second. Moonwalk also picked up. He got 1 kill out of the round though, so it's a 3-on-3. HE sent to Exist, will dish out some damage. No, it bounces awkwardly, and Exist takes the AWP back. 2 men standing, 1 man left as Right goes down, and KOLESIE have found their breaking point. ESC cleaned house, 22-19. KOLESIE will join our 2-0 group. And an epic victory in the Polish derby here in the Conquest of Prague.
Heartbreak for ESC, 2 points to get this game over with. The third series point over there for KOLESIE to get the job done. And what a barn burner. What a derby between these two Polish sides.
Indeed it was. And look, it took everything out of them to get involved in this matchup. And like, to go to overtime, it felt so appropriate, right? Again, we talked about derbies, how wild they are. We talked about these two sides being very similar in rank and position in terms of trajectory. And it just felt like such an appropriate way to get involved in our penultimate match of the day. We've still got one more coming up after this, by the way. So buckle in for that one. Hopefully it'll be a little bit quicker to get back on schedule. But look, for the KOLESIE boys, they fought hard, they fought well, and ultimately they fight with a victory. I think it is the right team overall, right? I know you're backing ESC a little bit more so, but KOLESIE have been a little bit more involved in the top end of the Tier 2 space in the online environment especially. So, look, for them to be up towards a 2-0 position, I think it is the right sort of position for them to be in.
It's a good result considering that they're unorged and they've only just been bringing Friend and Exist into the lineup. I know that Friend was playing there for a little bit after they lost Flay to 9, but it's always a good sign when you bring in some newer pieces and you can get a win against one of those local teams, right? Because, I mean, ESC, they're orged, they're salaried. The entire 5-man lineup has been together for nearly a year. So, yeah, ESC will be disappointed to take the loss today.
Indeed, they will be. They still have their chances to make it back into the LAN environment. Got to go to all those play-ins via the round 3 mid matches and round 4 and 5 promotion games if they can make it that far. But look, it was a hard-fought battle. Only one team could come out on top. They fought valiantly, but ultimately in vain. We have to move quickly on as well because, like I said, over time we are a little bit behind schedule. Alliance versus Unity is coming up next up, and I'm sure that this one's going to be a little bit more of a heavy favoritism towards the favour of the Alliance. So we're back after this very short break for our final match today here in the Conquest of Prague.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napijeme.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je? Nebo jsi myslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Switch up the flow, show you the way that it go. God is good, but his life is hard. But it gets better when you grind it smart. I'm just really trying to leave a mark. We tired of being who they say we are.
On the battle draws to a close on today's Conquest of Prague proceedings. It's one more matchup between Alliance and Unity, and some of the hometown favourites already making their way into the 2-0 groupings. Unity will look to try and join Sinners, but try is the key word to emphasise there in that sentence, Tweg.
It's going to be very difficult for Unity to prove very much in not only this game, but also this one competition. They're struggling right now with their starting five. They're having a few substitutes in and out, and they're going up against a world beater. They're going up against an Alliance side who you will notice in the next few weeks, maybe next month or so, feature at Tier 1 lands. They are a very good side, and they are here to put on a good performance, not only to the LAN, but probably to win the entire event.
Yeah, as of this morning, Alliance were ranked at around 23 in the world there, which actually, as of today, outranks even the Sinners. So just to really highlight exactly how good of a team these guys really are, they are proficient. In Tier 2, they always make runs at the playoffs. They always make runs in these competitions, and I'm expecting that they're going to make a run to the grand finals right here and now. As soon as Alliance grand final at the LAN itself is probably the thing I'm looking forward to the most, if we can see it happen, if they don't make any blunders here against the Unity side. I don't imagine that they should do. Sinners obviously didn't do earlier on. So again, Alliance very heavy favourites in this competition and in this matchup here today. And there's very good reason, right? Again, as you mentioned before, Unity, they've got some stand-ins, they've got some players, they're having some roster issues, they're trying to find their final working five. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes. It is a rough period for this team.
It is, because you've got Too High that's played, 3 best-of-3s in the Nodwin Clutch Series closed qualifier. He played the best-of-1 where they upset Eyeballers, but he played in the iteration of the lineup that had Quirts. Now you come into today, and now you're working with Morisco. So it's not easy for Unity at all. I think it was a very good upset in their opening rounds. They had, a 12-3 scoreline against the Eyeballers and struggled to close, and it got pushed all the way to overtime. But upsetting a team once is understandable. Upsetting twice is very difficult, especially against another good team of Alliance. They dispatched very easily of Tricked in their opening game. And Alliance have got a really good record in best-of-1s this year. They've had 6 wins and 1 loss. And the only loss they took, Jay, was on LAN in overtime versus Nexus. So they're not a squad that get upset very often.
No, not at all. The LAN victory in mind with the constant deep placings in competitions, Alliance should make mincemeat out of this kind of a matchup by all accounts here. Eyeballers, as you mentioned, that is one good result. It was a battle and a half, though, to get to that point there for Unity, so you can't count on it happening a second time over. For me, my money is all on the Alliance side for this one, no matter what the map is, no matter what the details are. It's just, there's too much against the Unity side to give them much credence in this kind of context. Anubis with a battleground between the two sides, and it's a map that they win rather frequently on the Alliance camp, so once again, just more points towards their favour.
I think it's a big mistake here for Unity to go in towards something like Anubis against this caliber of an opposition. Now, it's 14 wins, 5 losses in the last 3 months for the Swedes. They pick it in best-of-3s. And just look at their recent record. M80, Passion UA, Aurora, Fnatic, and Inner Circle, 5 wins on LAN in a row. The one against at least Aurora, I mean, Aurora's a very good Anubis team, even at Tier 1. So to be able to pull off an upset on Anubis, it's going to be extremely difficult for Unity today.
Our friends over at Tipsport have Alliance as very heavy favourites. One of the more one-sided money lines we've seen so far in the competition, and for very good reason. Again, Alliance favourites on all accounts, and I think we're going to find out exactly why as this one plays out here. For Unity, what do you really think the minimum marker should be for these boys? What do you think that they should try and set as a goal in this best-of-1, just to walk out of it with some dignity?
Win. That's it. If there's no goal other than winning, these guys upset in the opening game. So to sit there and say, we can keep it competitive, we can get X amount of rounds, that doesn't mean anything. You want to win. You're a local team at a local LAN. Your only goal is to beat Alliance today and back that up.
I mean, sure, from their perspective, I guess you want to look at that, but from our perspective as analysts, right, what are you expecting to see out of this side, right? Because you can't expect them to win, most certainly. We've been backing up Alliance all day long so far. So from our perspective, what are you hoping to see out of this side outside of winning?
getting pumped and wrecked. I mean, what else? It's a completely different caliber, okay? You've got a Unity side that can't even get out of closed qualifiers. You've got a local side that's being pushed out of the Tier 3 divisions. They're not even inside the 130 on VRS, and you're going up against a team that's going to Tier 1 tournaments, or at least will do in the future. There shouldn't be much of a room to compete. Now, I'm hoping that Woozy is able to perform to an adequate level, because the performance that he showed against Eyeballers, he went 18-2 in that first half. He was fine on that AWP, and I hope we get to see a similar sign from him today.
Well, here we are, Anubis to kick things off. Alliance on the T side start of things as we get into the pistol round. To find out exactly how far they can go here on the Unity camp. Alliance should be making mincemeat of them, though, so let's find out how much mince will be discovered. Pistols live, T-side based around the water access. No one on the A defensive, so if they walked in right now, they get a bomb plant for free.
You've got a couple of flashes and a kit. A very high press Woozy to try and clear out the majority of mid, look down towards the canals. Just a contact play at the moment for the Swedes. They're just trying to search outside of B main. They're searching A main. They've got a lurk to cut rotations of Avid too. We're waiting to see if there's just going to be a mistake and an info move from the CTs.
Male 09 receive that aggression coming in. The young prodigy goes down first in this matchup as Morisco draws out first blood. The teams will now act out towards the bomb site. Bomb plant will be secured. You've got a late lurk coming in later on as well. USP looking to try and engage, and Morisco will try and lead them in towards some sort of retake. Taps of their USPs don't quite land. Up and Twist get a couple trades in near frag and too high. Return to the man advantage, 3-on-2. Trying to make it back down one to PG Video. Era struggles, but spams away with his casualty. Mike is on 1 point of health, too high is low. And Era and Avid can combine to take the pistol win for Alliance.
But disappointing from Unity, because I think with that opening kill towards mid, with the flash and the pressure of them sending it through camera, making it very awkward for the post-planting individuals, you should be winning that round. Era is panicking out there under the stairs. That P250 may be close range, but he's not having an easy time. And in the end, he gets himself out of trouble, backed up by the in-game leader. And Unity, while it looked like they were going to win that pistol, end up giving it over towards Alliance.
All came together to the Swedish favour. You'd be miffed by the fact they couldn't get upon that start and turn it into a true advantage, a true round. There are so many players to have to contend with here on this Alliance side, and you just took down one of the most exciting ones of them. Male 09, his future on this roster a little bit in question. Mentioned it the other day about the Metasport potential shenanigans. Plenty of others involved here in this team. Plenty more threats to try and deal with here for Unity.
I think the problem that Alliance might have is, do they realistically have the money to buy Male 09 out? Because you've got to remember, this guy's 16 years old, and he's probably one of the hottest prospects in all of Tier 2. Not only are decent teams in Tier 2 looking out on whether we can get him, Tier 1 teams are going to be doing the same. So, yes, he might be on loan, but really, he should just be recalled to Metasport and held on that team until a Tier 1 offer comes in. So I don't think, realistically, Alliance are in a position to buy him. I think his stock's too high. And it's unfortunate, it really is, but I think that's a classic case of feeder orgs and Tier 2 organizations in general, is that they just don't have the budget. They don't have the freedom that the Tier 1 teams do. So if Male 09 ends up going back over there, it's just going to be a rebuild. And it's one that Era is very familiar with. It's one that Twist is very familiar with as well. It's going to hurt the progression, for sure it will do, of Alliance. But it's something that's always on your mind when you've got players on loan rather than players that are fully contracted and signed.
It's definitely a true case to think about here, but it's going to be a pretty big blow to Alliance's general capacity. It might knock them down to being from a Tier 1.5 side to a true one like Tier 2 team, because Male's their top performer, he is their star. Young prodigy, as we've called him up ever since his first appearances. Only last year he came to the forefront of the Tier 2 space as part of Johnny Speeds. Bombed on big stages, and of course Sport quickly after that fact. Was so shocked to see him benched at the end of last year. Truly thrived on Alliance. Alliance have definitely thrived with him. Long-term futures may be in question, but in the here and now, I got everything in their favour.
Well, it would certainly be comical if they got Poi back, because you want to be on 100 Thieves? I'd much rather be on Alliance. Local team that's trying to crack it in towards Tier 1. What's 100 Thieves doing? Putting money at a project, yeah? All right, good on you. It's a lot more, I would say, success. There's at least a lot more of a future I truly believe in on Alliance than 100 Thieves.
I don't know if I'd go that far, honestly. Like, in terms of...
what you rate the washed-up Device and Rain, do you?
I don't rate the washed-up Device and Rain. I think those two elements do need to get replaced because it's very clear now that this is not going to work in the long term for those guys. But I think the core of Poi, Sierra, and Agil could do something if they get better pieces around them. It's a more long-term project for my money. That'll be all within his own decisions when he wants to do. Whether that'll be even be an option for the Alliance side, because 100 Thieves, they do have money. They wouldn't think about such an investment so early, so quickly. And even then, we've got so many other talents in the Swedish scene as well that there must be somebody that you can come in, that you can bring in to fill these shoes. So we could speculate all night about who could replace Mail 09 on this Alliance side and when the recall comes down from the Metsport camp. But we're going to jump back in the proceedings here between them and Unity. Of course, for those of you joining us, Alliance took the pistol pretty handily. And Unity will not be opting for a forced buy into the second round break.
The Alliance have got not only a lot to prove to qualify to LAN, but to also win another LAN title, because they've only won a single LAN this year. They've had a lot of deep placements. They've had, what, 3 third places? But it's not often getting into grand finals and actually taking the trophy home. And they'll be looking at as them and Sinners as the next teams on the block that can enter that Tier 1 conversation. 3D Max were able to do it a few years ago. Get squads that get a taste of competing at that higher end level, but it's difficult to stay there. Unity treat their second round as a full eco, no investment whatsoever.
All the way back on the beach. Expecting very deep extensions from Alliance to have any impact on casualties, so... formality round at this, too high. We'll spot players coming in towards the B bomb site. But there is very much nothing to work from here in this round. So Alliance will enter into the air bomb site. Nobody is there to receive them. Might charge in the pistols and try to take some exits, but that'll be the best you can look for here in Unity's context.
Well, funny enough, this is a setup that Alliance have run in the past, where you have full USPs, you have a smoke and a kit, and what you try and do is smoke the bomb, get on it, and then everybody else just bait.
We got Twist SMG down, late game lurk from Mail 09 here. Here, throwing away his AK to try and get the MAC-10 involved and try and suppress the CT presence. The casualty on one man, close to the second. Two Highs are going to take that responsive trade and grab that weapon, ensure that the AK, of course, doesn't fall in towards this CT hand. Uppy will take down a kill, a double from Abid, and Uppy takes a double of his own right. So it all works out pretty well for them. I think they do lose that AK, though. Lose Uppy as well, so it actually becomes an expensive one for Unity in the end.
It's a very good investment. They've brought almost nothing into that one, and they've not reset the opposition, but they've put the economy in an awkward state going into that first gun round, especially with the money in the reserve. Now, for Unity, I think what we notice quite a lot with this lineup is that Mikey and Neofrag are a bit the star of the show, right? And I think when you're going up against a team as good as Alliance, those two guys need to be hot. They need to be on it. They need to be brawling. They need to be fighting. They can't be scared and afraid against this strong team.
2-0 stance from Alliance. Rifles on Unit E now in play. An M4 from Morisco can fight well, get dinked up in the process, but take down Avid. Got several teammates to face back and get the trade in. Twist credited with the kill on the Mac 10. Now Woozy stands to attention at point blank near the main entrance. Incendiary's forward. Twist just runs and guns it straight in to a double kill in that sequence. Triple in the round overall. Era will get caught out of range, but the bomb's going down. The round is over. Unity have got no chance to retake.
And it's tilting because Morisco gets a very good opening fight in from the water, and he's just not even getting an ego peak. He's hoping that Male09 swings him wide. He's hoping that he can draw in an individual fight. Instead, it's really disciplined. He sits back at the stairs. He waits for Twist to come in so they compete together. And then even out there on A, yes, there's pressure because Uppy and Twist are both throwing util and they're trying to accelerate. But there's some whiff shots going through from those players on A. That's not good enough individually. You get overwhelmed. And all that good work from Morisco just gets wasted. So not only is it a slow start, but you then go into the next gun round thinking, well, by again, we're still limited. Like, we want to get the AWP up for Woozy. Could be ages until we see the AWP in play.
Money will be a concern when you're up against a team like Alliance because they all just pound you into the dirt. Complete total opposite scenario for Twist, who just got 3 kills on the Mac 10, so $1,800 plus the win bonus. $3,300 after the buy state in this round, the highest roller for Alliance, and can continue to work it up here in round 4. Hero M4 for the Unity side. 2 of them in play. Pistols out for the other men that fell. You really can't do much here. You're dictated by that money line.
I was hoping that Uppy and Twist just gives them something similar from the last round of just an A main extension. But right now, mid's being taken quite heavily. They've got a very deep lurk of the in-game leader. And these 2 rifles aren't generating very much at all. They're not too aggressive. They're finally starting to take some A main space. You're hoping that Mikey's going to be able to do something on the B defense.
Morisco can do nothing. Mikey attempting fate to push forward. Now Uppy's seen the other 3 men coming in towards the A bomb site push. The Deagles stand well for Woozy, with Mikey supporting on Twist. Turns it into a 3-on-3, so there is a little something out of this one. The true B defensive, he can't do much on Male09 against his first kill of the game. Bomb will get recovered. Going to commit in towards the main entrance, towards the B bomb site. Era's tapped up 1 headshot. Seeing the second man will take him down the same. And hold on to 3 alive for the 4th round of Alliance.
And you can tell always within, let's say, 10 to 15 seconds of a mid-round, whether a team's decent or whether they're just average. Now, right there from Alliance, yeah, they might have lost a couple of players in from the water. Look at the extremity timings. Male09 running out B, instantly getting an off angle and being ready for that fight. And then Era not just panicking and, let's say, grouping as 3 towards B, late lurking, coming in, cutting rotations. Stylistically, it's some really good CS on offer.
And again, as expected from Alliance, there's a reason why they are as high as they are. The reason why they were in that major race to begin with. The reason why they took a land title only a few weeks ago, too high. Taken apart in the first pick of this round here. The AWP of Woozy was revealed in towards mid and camera. Twist has taken all his mid control access in the meantime. He is just walking his way forward at Temple. The CTs aren't even accounting for him. They're more focused on Electric and Main, which, right call to make, because Avid is still a threat. But slowly but surely, Twist will become a threat of his own right. The AK fights well with backup. Uppy credited with the kill. Avid will get traded back. Neofrag will try to pin him into the corner. Twist will get that casualty in, and Neofrag was hurt. Taking him down. M4 to fight. AWP revealed. 1v3. No chance for him to clutch.
Very composed Alliance. Great walk timing from Twist. And you just know that as soon as he gets to Temple, round's just finished, isn't it? As long as everybody else doesn't overpeak and they hold their ground on the default, that lurk's going to win it. Always helps when Uppy's able to get one as well. I think you can give a lot of credit towards Alliance for just general managing this project. It took them a really long time to get solid. It took them quite a lot of roster changes to eventually get a lineup that works and click together. I think there's a lot of organizations, especially recently in CS, where they're just putting mega bucks into signings, aren't they? They're trying to just sign stupid players, bring in cores, overspend, and there's that pressure to perform instantly. If you build a lineup and really believe in it, even if it does take a long time, you then get what Sinners have been able to achieve. You get what Alliance has been able to achieve. You get, oh, wait, what 3D Max have been able to do. Funny how it works when you actually give a lineup time and you give them the right pieces at the right time.
A tactical pause for Unity. First one in this game as they try and give this as best of a go as they can. We're expecting them to get pumped. This is par for the course. Get anything out of this game, however, they can maintain any level of decency. If they can try and make it look somewhat competitive against the Alliance camp, then that might well be a small silver lining to end off their upper group run with. Woozy involved as part of the B defensive. Mikey's M4. I played back line when Risco just fell down. Woozy's on point blank. The platform over at Jail just can't find an angle as Avid slip out of his grasp as well, so no chance of the Eagle to strike. All 5 alive still on the Alliance camp and almost all 5 unscathed. Rocket fell back towards mid with Uppy working his way in towards main over on A. Mid's left completely undefended.
And this is where I have to look at the veto process and think, why did Anubis come out rather than Dust 2? Especially the back end of the veto for Unity. If you want to try and cause an upset, why are you playing into a map that's really good for Alliance against tier 1 teams? And Too High is struggling. Neofrag needs to try and get one. And these rounds just aren't competitive.
No, not at all. Not at all, although, honestly, I'm not sure we would have seen a bit of a difference on Dustin, considering how much Unity have been losing that map up recently.
Yeah, it is true. At least they've been playing it quite a lot, though.
And pretty disastrous losses to the likes of Astral. Mana beat them 13-9. Bondi, who I have no idea who they are, beat them 13-8. BetClick had them down 13-6. So as we move up the rankings, we start to see a bit more of that, just less than Alliance level. Again, it probably was a damned if you do, damned if you don't, no matter which map you went towards in my eyes. Fundamentally, Alliance are just the superior squad. They've got the superior pieces, and Unity are finding that out the more direct way. 6-0 on the start for the Swedish side. Continue to maintain this in proficiency.
Unity have had the AWP in Woozy's hands, but he's not been able to generate anything with it. I don't think they're being aggressive enough. I know that Morisco's had a couple of plays towards water and they've tried to pressurize A, but I'd like to see a bit more movement outside of B, especially from Mikey. Try and get out there, make a bit of an info, try and duel a bit more. I think they're just being too passive right now, maybe a bit too afraid on some of these setups.
Elon in the corner, fight well on Mikey. Good kill to start. AWP does take him right back. Woozy not going to allow the young star to go too wild. Keep him in check. And like I said earlier, there are many other threats on the Alliance side. Melon's only on 2 kills. Whereas we've got Era on 8, Uppy and Avid on 6, Twist on 5. Uppy going to extend that count to 7. And Avid also extends his to count to 7, so take down 1 towards the B bomb site, 2 more come back towards A and absolutely rip the defensive apart. Woozy now left alone to save his gun because there's absolutely no way he's getting a retake. As has been the case for the majority of these rounds right here, Unity are just getting absolutely decimated.
Well, unfortunately, there's 2 things that go wrong in that round. The first one is that smoke misses towards A main. And secondly, even if it did land, it probably needed to be thrown about 5 seconds earlier because what they didn't know was that the T's already have A main space. So that smoke just lands behind them. You just get walked in on the contact. And unfortunately, that's why Anubis is quite a difficult map to play on the city side. If you're not making enough info plays, if you're not being proactive enough in the mid to late round, you end up just gambling quite a lot. You just sit there on bomb sites and crossfire. and Alliance have just lurked their way into so many bomb sites, especially A in particular.
One more exit for Woozy for the road. Doesn't make a difference to the economy because the money's still so well built for Alliance. Era's baited him as well. Doesn't quite get away with the casualty. In either direction. Right, survival there for the AWP of the CT side, and he will be able to maintain such survival. Very clearly see where Eliza's priorities are as well by checking Steam chat whilst playing an official match.
Not fair play.
I mean, there's not really much in this match to begin with, to be honest. Like, it's just, I would probably be in the same boat if I was in Alliance's shoes. Unity posing very little challenge, too high. Being too low down to the canals. Neofrag pushed away with the Molotovs. They would have heard the damage coming in from mid. They're aware of his aggressive stances. Nothing presenting at water. Alliance discipline to play behind the smokes and play behind the Rugs entrance. They will back off on both ends of the fall.
You see quite frequently now the shift tabbing to the notes feature that's available in CS via Steam. A lot of players will have that.
That's a thing.
Yeah, because it's only a recent addition, but a lot of times you can have strats on there and notes of preparation, because in the past you'd have to, let's just say, use Google Docs and then sign in via the web browser. Like, it was a bit more difficult, so Steam's made it a lot easier. So you see it a lot more in the professional games, not so much during the rounds, but at least in freeze time.
I mean, how much prep can you do against Unity, though? Like, if you're Alliance, it's just like, game plan, kill them. Like...
sometimes it's just to listen, because obviously the in-game leader is going to say, oh, we're running the Sangle, and it just gives the players a brief moment of time to remember what that strat is.
One-for-one trades involved with Woozy's AWP trying to pick up the pieces, trying his best to dig himself and his team out of the hole that they found themselves in, but Avid and Mail are just way too fast to respond to those trades. 3-on-2 right now for Alliance. A site taken again with a little bit of resistance from Unity this time, but still with relative ease on Alliance's part. And Mail extend out towards Heaven. Check the left, 2 to find. 1 goes down, transfer to the second, beautiful as well. Haven't seen too much from him, no need to do thus far, but planted stats a little bit more as no one stays alive from Unity this time. Maintains well enough here for the 8-0 on Alliance's part.
And now you start wondering, well, have eyeballers just trolled themselves in this competition to lose an upset game to Unity in the first round? I mean, going, let's say, 3-1, 3-2 in the Swiss, it don't guarantee you a LAN spot. You go into those playing games, let's say you get a rough draw, you get a team that's hot on the day, you might not even qualify to the LAN. There is no way that Unity should ever be able to beat eyeballers. It doesn't matter how you judge how that game was played out, from a 12-3 to all the way to overtime. Just from the outset, this is the kind of performance that you expect from the favorites, don't you? And this is the kind of showing that eyeballers really should have had in that opening match.
Coming in from their regional rivals. Eyeballers for quite a while were looked at as the superior side compared to Alliance, but I think with Journey Spring going the way of the Alliance camp, beating Eyeballers directly in that grand final, you might as well have to change heads and look that direction, look the other direction a bit more so. Eight and no stances. Convert a little bit more so right here. Unity trying their best to force out a fight. Neofrag just leaning in from A main. Smash forward. Neofrag evades it and somehow up gets no damage on the man. So for once, an opening advantage for Unity.
And Mikey expecting someone to go through that lurk smoke out on beam. Now, Alliance just need to settle a little bit here. They don't have the greatest of map control. They've not been able to take deep mid. They don't have access to the canals right now. Twist is going to late lurk. Now, you'd expect this to be a B exec and then Twist to activate really late.
Swing up from Twist gets nothing there. Woozy puts him down with a FAMAS in hand. Maps of the CT side are coming in. Alliance 35 seconds to the hit. Molotovs will try driving away from the temple entrance, and over a glyph, another one will come down. Engage with the M4's a bit awkward there for Marisco, but it comes up. Smokes to the cross, bomb's been dropped for it. AWP denied with bomb plant for the time being, and have to focus on backline defense. His teammates are going to have to plant it. 20 seconds to the clock though, they're running out of time here. Seems like Unity this time are going to get away with a decent round. Bomb tapped, shot rings out from Era. Male09 baiting the kills, oh my goodness. Turning into a 2v2, backline's held out to Electric. AWP needs to protect Era, and that tag shot. Oh, the no-scope on Neo Frag Alliance! How the hell have you pulled this off? This is a 2v5. Male09's got too high! Oh my god! I can't believe what I've just witnessed.
Oh, you only have to sit there and laugh and maybe even cry. I don't think they've played that 5v2 poorly at all, Jade. There's low time on the clock. As soon as you hear that bomb being tapped, okay, there's only one defender of Era. If you swarm from all across the site, you come through that smoke, you come on the other side of default, you should be able to trade. And instead, they just all get picked apart. I mean, this shot even comes through from Era. Oh, it's painful. So painful.
Oh, I can't believe I've just seen that in slow motion. Oh, I don't even know what else to say anymore. 9-0. Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, it just did. Oh, dear, Unity. Well... We're expecting a blowout. I don't think we're expecting this. Broken investments for the CT side. M4s for Masters, SMGs, the Eagles. Full gambit of weapons for Alliance that RP will try and utilize. First point of contact towards A main. Woozy's down, too high, picked up as Avid and Uppy are going to combine together. Avid will get 2 kills out of it, Twist with one of his own. 10-0 Alliance, making light work of this matchup. Yeah, again, that's just all you can really say.
Yeah, that 5v2 is just pure flow state. And I think a lot of professional players will always tell you, in scrims, rounds to that degree do happen. You do just get pure magic. It just doesn't happen in officials because of the pressure, the communication. It's uncommon. But for Unity, they've worked very hard to adapt on this CT side, and yet just nothing is working for them at all. There's been very few rounds of opening man advantages as well. It's just been a tough fought game.
Once again, a weakened buys of Unity. Alliance. Always the first on Avid. But they brought back worse, like... One frag found. A lot of space being offered up towards the Alliance camp. A lot of respect given the Twister, the walk up mid. Meanwhile, Era's caught a kill from beyond that smoke over on Mike. I'm not sure if it was naded, but either way, starting advantage. Flashbang's not affecting Marisco either. Twist has found too high in the interim, so that's mid control. Leading into a pick back, an advantage also returning to the favor of the Alliance camp. AWP waiting for more to come his way. It's Mal that gets Woozy in the back lines over towards the temple entrance, so yeah, piece by piece, frag by frag, moment by moment, Alliance will return that man advantage in their direction. Extend it to a 2-man advantage, making it 3 with Male09's double. And look to 11-0 on the board.
Now, I'll be real and say it's difficult to criticize a team like Unity when you don't have your full 5 every single game. They've had matches where 2High's played in replacement of Marisco. They've now got a game today where Marisco is coming in instead of Quertz. But I do look at Unity and think they had a really good upset against Eyeballers in the opening matchup. They got themselves a 16-14 win on Mirage. But yet they got knocked out of the Nodwin closed qualifier by Bird from Sky and Jax and Queenix. They got eliminated in the closed qualifier to a LAN of Logard by KOLESIE. In ECL, they've been eliminated by Mana and Sangle, who's in just pieces right now. And it's been very difficult. They've lost a lot of games on HLTV. They are starting to really escape main Swiss invites now. They're going into a lot of qualifiers. They're not being successful there. This is a tournament that you need to compete in matches. This is a tournament that you need to get to the LAN, at least show the national pride and that you can compete in Tier 2 still, because there's some very good players on this roster. And to just come into today, whether it's Alliance or not, and just be down 0-11, it's very difficult to watch.
It sucks, but it's reality. There's a mismatch of epic proportions, probably one of the biggest ones we can see in the competition. Alliance, one of the top seed invitees. Unity came from the Czech-Slovak qualifier. Too high now. Mid access for him, Marisco in support. M4 for mask combination, hoping that they can catch someone off from Alliance, get something to work with into round 12. Give themselves something to carry on into the second half with.
Era is just waiting for any contact to come out from mid. Uppy's got a lot of space, but this is good util for the anchor to swing. So it's a very strong opening man advantage there towards A.
How many times have Alliance brought these back, though? Man advantages to trade disadvantages into absolute clutches. Era has just seen players in towards the mid-access. Trying to get away towards the window. Escape towards mid in the canals, but frag swings out wide, gets killed off second man. Not quite caught off yet, and Suhai takes that chance to take Era back down. Meanwhile, the B side has been taken. Twist on 7 points of health, though. Avon and Mail have got a lot of pressure against them.
They need to time these flashes right, and they've got to try and stall the CTs from retaking in quickly.
Just forward, Twist to watch. Flash as well for Mail, 9 to block them off. Oh, perfect timing. Second spray comes through. They couldn't even put Twist down. Avid in support 2 more. And Woozy, well, he stands alone to fall alone. Avid of the triple in that sequence. And it's a 12-0 half. Perfection from Alliance.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Perfection from Alliance. Can't get any better than that. 12-0 on T side of Anubis with a pistol win. They will steal the dream. And Unity, unfortunately, have not given us anything to work with. So even if they do get a pistol win, there should be no comeback.
No, Unity have really been asleep for the majority of this first half. And Alliance have shown some excellent Counter-Strike. Out on B, there is a lot of defenders, and it's a rush. It's quick.
Avid holds his nerve, spams away. There's a damage to Marisco. Era can take down one of his own. Too high with one trade back, but Era with a double. And now in the center of the bomb site, he will look to hold on. Knives even being pulled out. He chases down too high, chases him off his lawn. And Mikey and Too High locked out of the bomb site. Spams continue to come in from both directions, the Glocks and the dually sets. Mikey finally gets contact with the smoke clearing up. And Too High tries to lean in with him. Smoke to the cross, the bomb's been dropped. USPs, tap up heads, Mail with his kill, his piece of the pie. Era ends up with a triple though, and the dream is realized by Alliance. 13-0, 2-0 in Swiss, on to the qualifying matches in the Conquest of Prague.
What was that old school copy pasta? Take our energy, not our skins. Oh, the 13-0, you don't see it very often. Alliance, well, they're very hungry in this competition. They're going to look at the majority of teams here and say, until we reach a legit contender, we are going to stomp everyone. I mean, they've dropped 5 rounds in 2 back-to-back games. that's very impressive for them.
Yeah, like it is, and it's expected. Again, Alliance, one of the heavy favourites in the competition, right? Them and Sinners are my two front runners. They are the two teams I want to see in the grand finals, the LAN finals, because that really is the way it should go, right? This is the way that things should plan out, and they will be joining the Sinners in that upper group as well. So in my eyes, I looked at that position for the Alliance camp and say, listen, this was kind of expected, honestly. Like Unity were a broken side. You mentioned it prior, slipping out of even the main Swiss invites in a lot of competitions, out of playing positions. This is the way the cookie is going to crumble, right? And it's a shame you didn't get much out of this one. It's a shame that those moments that you had to show some decency didn't convert into rounds, particularly the 2v5. Look, but that's the way it happens sometimes. Alliance had a far better squad. We knew that coming in. We know that coming out.
And for now, for Unity, the question is, can they even get 3 wins to get towards the play-ins, right? They've been able to get 1. I think they would show more depth in a best-of-3, but it depends if these roster troubles still hurt them moving forward. Are we actually going to have a game in the comp where Morisco and Quertz is here, that we don't have to have too high again? It's not easy for Unity, and there is a lot of good teams still in the competition.
Indeed, but as they bow out of the upper groups for Unity's part, they'll be down to the 1-on-1 matches for not next week, so Sunday's proceedings actually is when we're going to see the next set of best-of-1s out for them. So we got a little bit of time to wait before we get to those best-of-3 matches, but that's how the day has played out here so far. Sinners, Sashi, KOLESIE rather, and Alliance have all taken their respective wins and titles in their matches. So for those 4 teams, they move on to the 2-0 groups, and we'll get to find out exactly who's going to be playing who. Sinners versus Sashi, Alliance versus KOLESIE. So a little bit of a brush with death when it comes to Alliance versus Sinners, but we will again see that possibly at the LAN final, because for me, those are the 2 teams that will be up to take those matches in respect.
I'm quite intrigued even with some of the 1-on-1 games. I think TNC versus Young Ninjas, that's 2 teams that I wouldn't consider to be threats in the comp. One of them's going to get towards 2 wins after that one. ESC and Ecstatic, I think that there's a huge upset potential there from the polls. Ecstatic don't look great right now. They're really struggling to find form. Eyeballers should pretty easily be able to get that win. And, well, Scream and the French side, man, I think that's a very winnable game against Unity, right? With what we saw from them today, we've not really been impressed by either squad. I think they'll look at them as an opponent that's winnable. And then, I mean, even Tricked and Johnny Speeds and Nordic Derby, that's 2 teams that really should be in the play-in. So one of them's going to go out early. Fnatic should have no trouble in that 0-2 game whatsoever. And then, yeah, for Sinners and Alliance, you'd expect comfortability. Maybe a 3rd map between Sinners and Sashi, but those series could definitely be 1 and 2.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, look, I think that there's going to be some very sort of like cruisy times for those 2 favourites in my eyes. For it personally, just seeing what I've seen from Alliance and Sinners, they've been untested thus far in the competition, and so that makes sense that they're coming into heavy momentum. They're becoming as heavy favourites in those 2 best-of-3s, and so that is how round 3 currently shapes up. Round 2, of course, concluded again. We're going to play best-of-1s first and foremost. So the mid matches come down on Sunday evening, Sunday evening, and then from next week onwards, we'll play the 2-0 and 0-2 matches, also moving into round 4 the same. So look. Lots to be excited still about the Swiss stage here in the Conquest of Prague.
Indeed. It's all about getting the teams towards the LAN finals and being able to eliminate some very strong squads. Well, for now, we bid you adieu, and make sure you join us back on Sunday as we continue to roll on with the best-of-1s and close out the final best-of-1s of the competition. And that, again, comes your way on Sunday evening. So for the time being, we'll see you later. On behalf of myself, the Italian Jay, my co-commentator, Tweg, board of production staff and admins behind the scenes here. I want to thank you so much for watching and for listening. We'll see you back here to continue with round 3 of Swiss action. But until that point, good night and goodbye.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napijeme.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je? Nebo jsi myslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.